Good morning. Did we undock? I could have swore that we saved it while we were still on the planet. But I only have the one save. Good morning, Kalania. Good morning, Nezzo. Did we undock before we left? For the night? I don't know, maybe. I don't think so. We're at 100%, so I really don't think we need to go to the station either, but it's here, so why not? Go hit it up, see what's going on. Uh-oh. Receive jump signals nearby. Oh, that's never good. And you're dead.
One of the enemy ships has been destroyed.
Wow, we did 50% damage to the other ship too. Oh no, a crew member was wounded in the exchange. They've taken out my front shield, so I kind of want to keep them right behind me.
Well done. Send a damage report to my terminal immediately.
Okay, so we definitely got the Zia mission. I don't know how we got off the planet, but that's fine. We have to go and get... Ooh, what did we get? High quality? Okay. Well, could have been better. But we'll go ahead and upgrade that module there. And then outside of that, all we have left are high quality. But I would like to swap these two out. So a high quality at level 1 does 8 damage. A light guided missile launcher Mark II, which has an upgrade already, does 8 damage. So I'd like to swap them out with high quality or better as well. And then probably the flat cannons too. For now though, the important thing, get Mr. Peter Green healed up. Throw him in the microwave, get them all tip top. So, yeah, we ended up losing that crewman. We got the Attic dude, who's... Ooh, he's recovered now. So I guess he won't actually join us until we go and take care of the drug thing. Okay. I guess that's fine, because we're going to try to go recover our crewman anyway. So that's not a big deal or anything. Let's go ahead and grab that stuff and that stuff. We do have a lot of material too, so maybe we'll look into upgrading our shield. I'm already doing it. I'm hitting B to go into warp instead of G. B is still bug report. Very much bug report. I don't know why my brain thinks that it's the other key. It doesn't make any sense.
Republic ship requesting docking permission, please.
Station control tower here. Dock at the assigned bay. Over.
Can do, station control. So I think the new DLC for Kerbal Space Program comes out later on today. And if it does, we need to nab that shit, and we'll play some Kerbal Space Program tomorrow. How do y'all feel about that? I am excited. A little bit nervous too. A little bit nervous. Been a while. Hopefully it's like riding a bike. I don't know, I got some practice games in yesterday. Doing some missions, and they went okay. I was a little disappointed though, because I was usually getting like silver instead of the gold scores in them. But I feel a lot less rusty than I thought I would be. Okay, so 1 delivery contract available. We don't need any repairs. I'm not gonna hire on a replacement crewman. Try to get our dude back. This guy's almost out of there. I'm not really interested in a mine launcher, but I am kind of interested. We can find a blueprint for a nuke. And they don't have any modules for sale here. Oh, wait. I want systems. Yeah. I was going to look and see how expensive it would be to upgrade these and how far off we are from our material goals to be able to upgrade them. Yeah, I mean, I can upgrade the high quality ones, but I would really prefer to wait until we get superior quality ones. Yeah, I think we'll be okay. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it. So we didn't need anything at this station, but always worth checking, and we did pick up one more delivery contract. Now we can head on out. So we have 3 different things, at least, going on over in Mukja. You get sleep and I'm streaming? Aw, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ruin your whole day. I thought you would enjoy it. And then, okay, and then we have a bounty hunter contract in the next system over. Let's go ahead and stop over here on our way then. We're just gonna go one jump away. Oh, I am getting some frame drop today. During that warp there, we went down, dipped down just under 40 frames. Oh my. My. Now you have to actually watch? Damn. Instead of just napping your way through it. Balls. Well, hopefully your day will go better. You little shit? No. Let's do the distress signals first, since they don't really matter, and then we'll do our missions. And then we'll head on out. Come on, no whammy, no diseases. You detect a distress signal and you go to its rescue. When you arrive to the origin of the signal, you find a ship with its system shut down but in good condition. What do? Attack the ship or try to contact them? Even if it is a trap, let's go ahead and try to contact them. We haven't had any like full-on GG traps where the ship's just packed with explosives and kills us immediately or anything, so just in case it's somebody in need, let's get our butts up there. I like the different systems for sure, and the looks of everything. Pretty game. Good morning, Bob. How are you doing? We just got going today. How's your day been? We're moving in on a derelict vessel that had a distress signal. What do we got? After nearing the enemy ship, you send a repair team to the distressed cruiser. It appears the ship has grave system error in its energy conduits. Luckily, we have the parts needed to repair the ship. The crew of the other ship offer to repair the damage themselves so as not to delay our mission, and the captain offers one of his best crew members as a volunteer to help us on our quest. So we actually accidentally got an additional engineer. Okay. Alright. But now I'm not really sure what we do, because we kind of have one too many crew. She's going to have 2 points. I think I want her to put her points into crafting. Oh, so close, car. So close. Good morning, sir. Had the day off and got some stuff done. I didn't get much done. I got a little paperwork done. That was about it. And then I saw that it was already past 8 o'clock, so I started the stream. Like, oh shit. I don't know, I'm kind of excited. I'm a little stoked. We were just talking about the new DLC for Kerbal Space Program coming out. Should be out at some point, I believe today. But I haven't found a whole lot of documentation. Like, I found almost like patch notes where they say that it's going to come out today, but I haven't really like, I can't pay for it yet. Like, what the fuck? Take my money. Let me preload it. Come on. You're killing me. Now that we have her with a little bit of crafting speed, I wonder if we should pop another one of these in here. Maybe not. It's going to use half of our material. We may find something more important for us to craft. So let's wait. Uh-oh. Something happened. One of the crew members enters the command booth to address an issue with you. Crew member Souza. Captain, it's happened again. We found some empty supplies on the floor of the cargo hold. I've asked the crew, but they all say they haven't grabbed any of the supplies. Oh no, we have another hitchhiker. It might be the original Steve hitchhiker, the shape-changing, tentacle-having, whatever the fuck those things are called. Little venomous sons of bitches. Oh no. Again, really? Or go have a look and roll for aptitude. Oh dear. 8 a.m. usually coming home from walking the dogs? Yeah, I gotta get them morning walks in while you can, huh? I can't recall where you said you were from. I'm assuming that it's somewhere nice and warm. It's been getting toasty out here. Let's take a look. Let's go for a roll. And failed. You open the gates to the cargo hold and try to clarify what is happening. You look around the shelves in the cold rooms, but we can't seem to find anything noteworthy. Damn it, she won't escape next time. Who's she? What? Spoiler. How do we know what the thief is packing? From Germany, you have like 3 hot months over there? Aw, damn. I really like it, Taco Dog. We have a VOD of yesterday's gameplay up that you can watch if you wanted something that you can just like fast forward through and kind of check out some of the different aspects of the game. There's so many mechanics in this game that I honestly, even if like part of the game compels you to buy it, it's very cheap. And you can always start with the demo. Highly suggest that you play through the entire prologue on the demo, because you won't lose any progress or anything like that. There's no reason not to. It's totally free. And it shows you exactly what the game is all about. But I will say that the prologue and the demo do not do the rest of the game justice. Later on, the game does get better. So, is it hard to learn? No, not really. That first day, it's a little bit wonky, like you kind of have to think about it a little bit more. So like shift and control are how you translate upward and downward. WASD is pitch and yaw. Q and E are for roll. And then Z and C are for lateral movement, left or right, like strafing movement. So all of your keys that you're going to use are very, very accessible. And then the rest of everything that you do is with the mouse. Well, just real quick here, be very careful in case it happens again, or damn it, she won't escape next time. We're gonna make a decree there that she won't escape next time. So A and D for left and right, W and S to pitch up and down. And then your speed, forward and backward, is through the mouse cursor, through the mouse wheel. And one thing that I would have asked if they were taking tips or suggestions or anything like that, clicking the mouse wheel should cancel that out, I think. Then your arrow keys, everything that we're doing is taking place in the bottom right here. So forward on the mouse wheel to throttle up, back for reverse. Nothing in the power bar there, and you're neutral, you're stationary. Then your arrow keys determine your power distribution. You have your engines, weapons, and shields. And even though it's pretty basic, I usually leave mine on shields and weapons. Take power from engines to supply them both. Outside of that, the only keys I can think of are I for your inventory, and then everything is mini-based. So if somebody's hurt, you come in, you put them in the sick bay. If you want to manufacture something, you grab one of your blueprints in your engineering workshop. If you need more material, you can scrap modules if you have them. You can get an overview of your crew, and when you upgrade, you have 3 different skills that a particular type of crewman will be able to invest points into. Damn it, I don't have an arrow for the captain. That's another thing that I would like, because I don't know how long we've been sitting on that upgrade point. The rest of these guys have a little arrow over here that lets me know, hey, you know, I got a point. But apparently I need to pay more attention and check the captain more often. And then you have your current tasks, and you can select one as your main objective if you would like to. The only other thing that was a little confusing is in the stations when you're accepting a contract. Oh, and then G to go into like hyperdrive, and then M for your map to move to different systems. It's pretty easy. Good morning, Homer. How you doing? I don't know how we're doing yet. We're going after some bounty hunters right now. Uh-oh, we've been intercepted. So we're going to go powerful. We're going to present them with one of our side shields and start to launch our barrage of missiles. Now the missiles will follow wherever your mouse is. So that guy's dead, and I want the rest of my missiles to go ahead and hit that one. Oh, and it looks like this asshole is using missiles too. So I want to pivot around so that our flat cannons are pointed toward his ship. And that should be the end of him. But we did take quite a bit of damage there. These missiles are overpowered. And here you can kind of see the swarm of missiles like following our mouse cursor. And then eventually they'll blow up. I guess I should make it just common practice for us to point the deck of our ship, the top of our ship where our flat cannons are, at the other ships, just in case they're using missiles. I shouldn't have taken that damage so willingly. But I think I'm going to just hit this station now, because we took a lot of damage that time. Yeah, no problem, Taco Dog. Thank you for the good vibes, man. Appreciate it, and thank you for coming over to hang out. I hope you like the game. But the best indicator of whether you're going to like it is by far going to be the demo. It's free. You've got at least an hour and a half of game time going there. If you speedrun all the dialogue stuff, then maybe less. But if you actually read through the story and make informed decisions as you go, can't imagine that you would get through it in less than an hour and a half. I think 2 hours would probably be about average for it. Doing good? Good to hear, man. You can't believe what you see. A large group of enemy ships are heading toward the Republic space station located in this sector. The commanding officer of the station, visibly nervous, opens communication. We're facing a red alert, Captain. A group of pirates goes toward the station. All the ships in the sector will help in the defense. Some ships are still preparing to leave the docks. Try to protect them until they're operational and do not let them destroy our station. Yeah, no pressure. It's fine. I just came here for repairs. I just wanted a cup of fucking coffee, but sure, why not? Yeah, yep. We got you. The station's officer abruptly cuts off his communications channel. The rising tension on your bridge is palpable, with your crew growing more anxious by the second as each of you starts to realize an intense battle is about to begin. But not until I take a big old drink of my coffee. Give me a second. Okay, now I'm ready for fighting. For the Republic!
Activate the weapons. All crew to battle stations.
This will be your last battle, Captain.
I'll make sure to end you quickly.
So I definitely want to close range before I do my volley. But we'll launch what we can here. I don't know where the fuck my missiles are going. Missiles? Hello? Missiles. Missiles, what are you doing? Okay, now should be safe time. I don't know, maybe if my mouse is over something, but it's outside of my range, maybe the missiles just kind of do their own thing. I'm gonna have to go full reverse here. I want to hit that ship, but not the station. Okay. And we've got one more in there. Got him. Is that all of them? Okay, cool. Where once there was a fearsome pirate fleet, now there's only scrap and broken ship hulls. We've managed to defeat the enemy and the station remains safe. The officer in charge thanks us and repairs our ship for free. Okay, well, that kind of worked out. Sweet, we'll take it. And then we're going to steal all their junk, too. We got another bulletproof vest and a cloaking generator of superior quality, which we'll undoubtedly just end up selling. A Gatling of the Republic, high quality. And if I can find the other wreck, a grenade launcher. Nice, and a decent chunk of money there too, about just over 1,000 credits. I dig it. So I believe we've been given permission to dock over here. Let's see if we can make our way through all this space crap. We'll go see what the station has to offer. Am I tripping? Maybe I'm supposed to dock at this one. Okay, yeah. I don't know what direction I'm supposed to be facing for this dock. Okay, I was completely upside down. That's fine. Interesting, usually connects to the sides of our ship. So we have a commercial zone, we have a hangar, but we only own one ship, and then we can leave. Let's go into the commercial zone. No longer have to worry about ship repairs, which I like. Oh, nice, this one has a store. Ah, there we go. Guided Missile Launcher Mark III of superior quality that comes with 2 upgrades. It's just as good as our best missile launcher that we have right now. Get in my ship hull. And we have a high quality on everything, I believe. So I think I want to start swapping out the light guided missiles then. I don't know. Actually, they do more damage than the unupgraded high quality, so I think I'll just grab that guy out of there. Swap that one in. Back over to the station. Plasma cannons on offer. We have a normal quality but fully upgraded light guided missile. I don't think I'm going to spend our money on that though. Oh, there is a contract. My bad. So one of the things that was a little bit wonky for me, and that I've seen has been wonky for other people, your contracts are displayed in task, but to accept new ones, you have to have like contracts available in the station, and previously it was right where the repairs are. So just something to keep in mind. If you're supposed to go and accept a contract, you do it in, you know, on this screen, not over in tasks. Otherwise, fairly easy peasy. We are getting pretty freaking close to filling up our hold. Do we go and scrap these now? Or do we wait? Continue to wait? Yeah, let's wait. I mean, I don't see us really getting like 6 more things immediately, and we're gonna be getting rid of 3 of these in this system, I'm pretty sure. So let's wait. I want to get everybody's scrapping skill as high as possible before I actually go and scrap that stuff. Yes, you are able to get new ships. They range from about $8,000 to $15,000 for the ones that I've seen so far. And you have to have a station that has a shipyard. Station or a planet that has a shipyard. And then you'll be able to look through the other variants that are on offer. We went with the second beefiest one. I wanted to try out missiles. I love them. Missiles are so good. The only downside is fighting other missiles. Oh god. Now what's going on? It's happened again. The strange signal is back. The comms officer looks at you expectantly whilst awaiting your answer. Well, we listened to it again yesterday. Place the headset on and hear the signal. Every time you listen to it, it becomes more and more pleasant. You close your eyes and let the sound surround you. A strange voice speaks to you. And when you come to, you once again have a higher understanding of things you didn't know before. Okay. Our understanding is a stoner and just got done getting higher. Such a shame. Oh. Our quantum engines are being interfered with. Well, that's always great.
Let's finish them off.
Oh my god, those lasers just zeroed my fucking shield so fast.
One of the enemy ships has been destroyed.
So I definitely want to keep him behind us. If I can. Okay, good. Wow.
Great job, crew. We did it.
Man, I can't wait until we get something that's actually a little tanky. Bulletproof vest and a sniper rifle from those guys. Instead of, ooh, we got an achievement. Upper class. Aw. Instead of going back to the station, even though we took some damage, let's just keep trucking. See if we can actually get our asses over here. Thankfully, we do a hell of a lot of damage too, so the fight didn't last too long, but holy crap. By the time I got us turned, so that I was trying to present him with one of our side facing shields, we were already taking freaking hull damage. Oh, so there's like a really tanky variant that we have seen. Another ship that we could have got. Damn it, I didn't notice that somebody got hurt. But it's a transporter, so it doesn't have as many weapon hard points. So we went with the... I'm gonna have to dock and look at it. I can't remember the freaking name of the ship that we have. Going pretty good, Denitric. How you doing? You reach the coordinates that were marked on the package, but there seems to be nothing around here. Amid the silence, you hear Mai's voice. Captain, we're receiving an incoming transmission. Go ahead, let's respond to the call. Welcome, Captain. We were waiting for you. I bet 500 credits with my man that the Lucy Love package trick wouldn't work. Seems I was wrong. These sons of bitches. You ever do that in EVE Online? Go and put up a contract just to bait people into coming to try and collect the goods for the contract? It's an old low security trick. An image of a man with a defiant grin on his mischievous face pops up on your monitor. It isn't anything personal, Captain, but it seems you messed up with the wrong people. Transmissions cut off suddenly. Captain, we're receiving readings of a warp in the zone. Activate the shields. Everyone to their posts.
Activate the shields. Let's finish them off.
That's what I just said. Lady stealing my lines. I think I want to actually move downward so that I'm not engaging all three at once. This one's kind of a little further away from the pack. Thankfully, missiles don't cost us anything, so I'm just going to keep launching them until we get within range. Maybe that plan's not going to work for me. Oh, this might be the end. I was really hoping to finish him off before I used our main volley, but I gotta go after that guy with the lasers, like, right now.
One of the enemy ships has been destroyed.
Fuck you and your lasers, you little prick. Oh, damn, got him down to 15%. Get him, Gatling guns, get him. Or flat cannon, my bad. Whatever you are. Okay, that went pretty good.
Done. Send a damage report to my terminal immediately.
Uh-oh, crew member Farva. I don't understand anything. Who were those men? We should open up the package to look for some clues on who they are. Well, you would think it's kind of a bomb, wouldn't you? Contract baiting? Oh yeah. Oh, it totally goes. They're going pretty good. We haven't really done a whole lot today. We've done a couple of distress signals. We just got going. I've downed about half a cup of coffee, and it's been wonderful. We're just now starting to work. We've gone one jump away from where we were, where we talked to Anna down on the planet. So we're only one jump away from there. We have 3 missions in this sector. Do we have 4 now? No, 3. 3 missions in this sector left to do, and we picked up a new set of missions, and then we need to go and find the Fringe, or whatever the fuck it was called. Let's open the package and look for some clues. It's a terrible idea. We should be more careful from now on. What? What? It's broken. Okay, well, it didn't explode or anything, I guess. That seemed odd. Ooh, we found a radar. Ooh. Another sniper rifle. And another SMC vest. Okay. And we still haven't freaking made it to our bounty hunter mission. Let's keep moving. Someday we're gonna get there. That was just some random trap that somebody set up for us, I guess. The dicks? Oh my god, been intercepted again. So I wonder if there's something similar to like security ratings in this game. I'm gonna actually just fly right past them and get behind him.
One of the enemy ships has been destroyed.
Oh, okay, never mind. Apparently I'm just gonna fly right underneath him and break everyone's butthole. It's gonna be great. Mr. Flip, how you doing, sir? Good to see you, man. Sniper rifle, ooh, and a pulse generator blueprint. And I totally forgot to put our previously injured crew member in the med bay, because I'm a dick. Get that dude healing. Let's get him a haircut while we're at it. And over here. Oh shit, we have other stuff that we can research. So we can take apart the Gatling of the Republic and start to try to figure out how it works. That's a fairly adequate gun. That's pretty good. 50 damage to a hull, 33.9 to shield, which is almost 4 times higher than the typical projectile weapon that we found. They seem to do somewhere around 10 to 1 and 40 to the other, and this does 50 to 1 and 34 to the other. Not a bad weapon. Or we can work on a cloaking generator or radar. Increases the radius of detection of the weapons of our ship and improves its aim. I think we're fine without a radar. But yeah, let's start to reverse engineer stuff. Oh, I'm so hyped too. When do you know, like, as far as how many hours from now it's gonna be until it comes out? Because I was having a hard time finding a lot of information on it. Outside of the 2, like, hey, we're doing this, and then there was a follow-up on it where they talked about it, but it's gonna be out in 45 freaking minutes? Oh my. Oh my. So, are you guys okay with us doing some KSP tomorrow? Because I would love to. I'm gonna go ahead and start researching that. We're gonna try to come up with a blueprint for it so that we can go over here into the engineering bay. Oh, and then we got, I think the pulse generators are a new one. That one. We got just a straight up blueprint. So these are all the things that you can manufacture, but we don't know any more than these ones up here. And they're just mostly basic gear. Nothing too special. Okay, he's about halfway done in the sick bay. I think we're fine. Let's see. I got kind of turned around here. Oh, that must have been the bounty hunters then. The bounty hunters that we were going for. Okay. That or it expired. I don't think they expire. Let's go for this one. I could just be tripping. I could have swore that the planet was off to our left as we approached, but this might have been the one we were going for, and I could just be wrong. Hello, assholes. Let's go and move in closer. Oh, they're hostile. I need to get my shields up too. Look at the missiles. Why aren't they firing on me? I mean, maybe that's a silly question. Whoa, wait. Maybe that's why they weren't firing on me, because the game messed up. Weird. You gonna drop by tomorrow for some KSP? Sweet, man. I don't know if we're gonna do stock. I did some stock missions just the other day, and it just bugs the shit out of me having to go over to the map to see my AP and my PE. So I'm gonna see if we can find Kerbal Engineer and if it's gonna be compatible. Probably not gonna bother with much of anything else. No parts packs or anything like that, but Kerbal Engineer is going to happen, and Kerbal Alarm Clock is probably going to happen too. Ship that remains turns off the engines. Oh, okay, we were supposed to destroy one. Captain, the enemy ship wants to get in touch with us. You accept the transmission, and on your personal terminal, the captain starts talking. We surrender, Captain. The crew is unarmed. We will allow you. We will allow the coupling of the ships so you can take us with you. I mean, we're not getting paid extra for taking them alive. And it sounds like a trap. Alright, let's prepare for docking. This seems like it's just gonna be a combat situation. Let's go ahead and loot this guy before we do anything. Just in case we need that sniper rifle. Which you wouldn't think you would get a whole lot of play out of in spaceships, but apparently it's a thing. So we're going to try to take the other crew prisoner, but I would imagine that they're just going to open fire on us. How much closer do I have to get? I've never had to dock with another ship. There we go. Oh, really? So so the new readout overhaul will include apoapsis and periapsis. The ship's hatch opens as you enter. As promised, the crew is unarmed. Your team handcuffs them and escorts them to the cells of your ship. I didn't even know we had cells. Yeah, GG, go us. We got a long way to go to the nearest prison. Not really. There's a prison over at the station that we were just at. 2 month streak. Oh my goodness, Tally. Thanks for the sub. Good to see ya. Already included since the last update? No way. I was playing on 1.7 yesterday. How do you enable it? I couldn't figure it out. Thank you, Tally. 3 freaking months. Oh my goodness. Making waves, making waves. What's Mr. Matron doing today? You walk through the ship's corridors near the training room when you hear a hustle and bustle of the crew doing combat simulations. You approach the bridge to make sure you have a good view to observe the training. Bauer, lift your elbows. You must keep your guard up. Sal, move your waist. You have to follow the blows with it. Okay. So Nizar is yelling at everybody, our engineer. Good job. The crewmen notice your presence. Captain, you've arrived right on time. Why don't you come down and join us? Alright. You go down the stairs and stand next to the crew member Nazar, who's leading the training. We will take advantage of the fact that we have the captain to give you a practical demonstration of hand-to-hand combat techniques. Don't worry, the captain won't be harmed. He still has to pay us this month's salary. He is also a she, so they should probably avoid stuff like he and she if it's not going to be dynamic. I don't know if I can say the same about you, Nazar. We need to make a roll of 6 or better. We're probably going to get our asses kicked. Going back to Rescue HQ. That game looks pretty cool. Oh, we got him. Nazar starts throwing wild blows at your guard. You immediately notice that he's using considerably more strength than should be applied when sparring. You avoid a series of punches by leaning sideways at just the right moment, and then back off to catch distance. Come on, Captain, is that all you got? I guess you're weaker than you look. The man throws himself at you with all his power as he aims straight at your head. With a sideways step, you avoid the blow and hit his unprotected jaw with a cross. First lesson, don't get distracted. Nazar gets up in rage from the hook you just gave him and instantly stretches both arms to charge against you. Immediately you take advantage of the lack of protection to connect a series of direct blows to his nose and make him kneel with a last blow to the kidney. Second lesson, don't lose your cool. Nazar stands up and raises his fists. Now he no longer comments on it. The man charges you again, and you cross a few blows until you get to grab him by the wrist and project it over you, applying a hold. Without letting go, you turn to twist his arm and sit on it while you press hard. The man defeated, clasps the ground as a sign of surrender. Claps the ground, not clasps. Third lesson. Out there, you will not have the luxury to surrender. Always keep that in mind and do not do anything foolish. End of class. The crew are impressed and form groups again to continue practicing. You give a couple of pats on the back to Nazar as you go back to command the bridge. Back to work. We didn't get a trade out of that? Come on, we just whooped somebody's ass. That was awesome. We're gonna go and do our delivery here. I was surprised at how much it looks like 2 Point Hospital, but it seems like it... I don't know. Since I didn't get to see a whole lot of it, I hate to make any declarative statements about the game, but it seems like it's 2 or 3 different simulation games kind of wrapped into one, doesn't it? With the different departments that you're in control of. So we have ad tech offices where we're supposed to deliver our package. There is a shipyard present. Let's go and take a look. So this is the ship that no, this isn't the ship that we're using, is it? The Infinite Borealis CG-4 is a medium-sized battleship. Really? Yeah, definitely some wacky humor going on with 2 Point Hospital in there. The only problem that I had with it is I never really truly felt like I was progressing. I got to about the 3rd hospital, and then by the time I was finished with it and ready to go to the 4th, it's like, do I really want to start over? You know? The Cosmos Transporter is the one that we turned down. There's an Explorer available here. I can't tell if that's ours or not. Can we take it home? Can we keep it? One thing that I would like to do is compare our ship to it. We can't keep it. We can't take it home. We have 13,000 credits. We need 20,000 credits. So unfortunately, we can't buy it even if we wanted to. But we might come back for it. Ooh, that looks nice. I think with ours we went yellow, didn't we? I'm pretty sure that that's an upgrade to the one that we have. Yeah, it seemed like you're doing everything that you just got done doing, and then they give you like 2 or 3 extra diseases to take care of. And I don't know, I just felt like it would be a little bit more fun to have invested in fewer hospitals that went further instead of so many freaking hospitals and then having to go back to the previous ones once you unlock the new stuff. We were thinking about buying a new ship now that we've seen an additional one that we don't have yet. Let's go ahead and make our delivery. Make the delivery of commodities without incident. Customers, thank you and say farewell. So we got 580 out of that. See ya! And let's see if there's anything else on this planet. I wouldn't think that there is, but I don't even see the exit. Okay, there's our exit. Let's go ahead and check the polls. Just in case. That's that shipyard. No, I think that's all it has to offer. Oh, if I mouse over this, it'll tell me what the name of our ship is. Oh, I guess it just tells me literally the name, so we'll have to go into the hangar to be able to see it. Yeah, we're in a cruiser, so being able to upgrade to a small battleship would definitely be a step up. We have 3 automated hardpoints, or green ones. I don't really know what they're actually called. And then we have 5 regular weapon hardpoints that we're currently using for all the missiles a boy could ever want. Oop, wrong hole. I wanted to take one more look at that, if I can find it again. Hello? There she is. So this one's going to have the same amount of hard points, but it does have greater hull resistance. This is going to be a little bit tankier than what we're using right now. Unfortunately, we won't gain any advantage in the form of additional weaponry. But our weapons perform pretty damn good, so, I mean, being able to just tank a little bit more damage would definitely be welcome. Okay. Let's get off this rock. I do find it interesting that almost every single planet that we've been to so far is a gas giant. Or an arid world with like a super dense atmosphere. Just odd. Oh man, this cup of coffee is going way too fast. Let's go ahead and drop off our prisoners. Why did we get kicked out of warp? It's a shame that we can't do anything with their ship now that we've taken all the crew. Wouldn't that be great if we could have somebody go over and pilot that into a hangar? Just claim that shit, sell it off. Captain, our quantum engines are being interfered with. Somebody's touching our engines. Let's go ahead and start launching our volley. I'm pretty sure they're close enough for us to just... Yeah, they're definitely close enough. Let's go for our main volley here. Ooh, trying to cloak his way out of it. Not gonna work, bud. Got him. And I think we have a guy in the med base still. Let's go and grab him. Submachine gun. 2 submachine guns. Excellent. We'll take him. Whoa. Whoa. Did my missiles just hit me? Or did they have missiles that were incoming? We just took like 50% hull damage. That'd be my bad. Guess I should have kept moving. Should have kept bobbing and weaving. Let's go ahead for additional projectile damage and system upgrades for these 2 engineers. This engineer I want to continue working on crafting. I think we're okay. We'll just keep going to the station. Hopefully we can get there. It's gonna be so awkward when we die. We haven't actually died yet. Well, except, well, I don't want to say. There was one time, but we didn't have a choice. Like, we were kind of meant to perish in that fight. I don't know, I might just go full shields from now on. Man, we took a lot of damage off of that. I really hope that it wasn't my missiles that hit us. Could have been, though.
Republic ship requesting docking permission, please.
Station control tower here. Dock at the assigned bay. Over.
And do. Oh, and I'm upside down again. I don't know, I kind of like the controls. They're definitely different than most things. Like, I think that, I think this is a good control scheme for that Cold Waters game. With the submarines. I think it's just a little bit better of a setup. I gotta go play more of that game. I don't think I'll ever stream it again, though. That was embarrassing. That game is a bitch. I was, like, physically exhausted by the time I got done with that game. Reminded me of, Papers, Please. So we got a hangar, a commercial zone. That's it? Okay. Well, that's fine. All we need is the commercial zone. Cost us $1,000 to repair. What a pain in the ass. Nuclear missile launcher. Oh my. But do I want to go for it, honestly? Because our DPS seems to be really good. The problem with these is it takes 30 seconds for you to be able to launch the next nuke. Oh, here we go, though. A shield generator. It's even superior quality. I think it's 6,000. 6,000 bucks. It's only 1,000 for the additional shield generator. I think we're going for it. It's superior quality. Well, I'm very happy about that. And one of our cannons is slightly better than the others. So let's take off one of those. Put the good one over there, and we'll put our additional shield generator right on the front there. And then if I wanted to upgrade that, we totally could. If we upgrade it to a Mark IV, we only get a little bit of additional shield, though. I don't know, honestly, we need, like, armor plating. Armor seems to be far better than shields. Yeah, let's go ahead and upgrade it. Because I'm pretty sure that superior quality, I haven't seen anything better. Superior, I'm just, like, mousing over them to see if we did come across any loot that was better than superior. But no, I don't see any, so I think that's one of the best ones we can get. So we might as well upgrade it to Mark IV. I would like to actually have 3 of those at some point. So back over to the research lab. Oh, you know what? I forgot to hit the frickin' research button there. Let's get that guy out of the sickbay too. Nobody else is injured at the moment. And I'm still just going to continue to wait before we scrap any of those, because every time we get a level up and we can apply more skill points toward, let's see, it's an engineering one, toward crafting, and then eventually toward scrapping. It's just, you know, that little bit better. So since we don't need the room in our cargo hold, we might as well wait. Yeah, and our captain's coming along nicely too. I have to wonder what she would be like without the manual reload, increasing our reload time. Can only imagine our eventual DPS. Alright, we got our repairs. Let's go ahead and move away from the dock a little bit. And we're done with this system, I believe. Don't think there's anything else. Oh, it's the fold that we need to find. So I have no fucking clue where that is, but we do have more main mission stuff one system away. Yeah, 6,000 is pretty expensive for a nuke. Unfortunately, like, the nuke usually does one-shot everything, so you're basically getting a kill every 30 seconds, but I think with our current setup, we're actually doing better than that. You're running a combat simulation to your to train your crew. The onboard computer has prepared a simulated battle against the Children of the Sun. The scenario isn't looking too good. We're alone against 3 powerful children ships. The tension on the bridge is palpable, and all crew members do what they can to defeat the enemy, but you finally succumb to a direct impact on the engines that destroys your ship. You speak with your crew members. We need to focus on aiming, firing quickly, or just tell them, good work. Hello, Paula. I say we go for firing quickly. I think that this is presenting us with an opportunity to either gain a skill or correct a negative skill. And we were just talking about that additional reload time. Okay, we got the trigger happy trait. shoot faster, but lose accuracy, which I think is fine for missiles because they're guided. If this would have been our ship, it would have been destroyed and our bodies would be floating in the void. Or worse yet, captured by the Children of the Sun. You need to increase your firing rate, even if this makes us lose a little bit of aim. We finished our training for the day, and our captain got trigger happy. I'm okay with it. I think fair trade, right? Good trade. Suspicious activity, we've got our delivery to make. Let's do the delivery after we take some damage. Let's start out with this distress signal in the upper right, and then we'll hit the bounty hunters. Then we'll likely have to go do repairs, so we'll do our delivery, and I want to do the main storyline thingy thing last, so that we kind of have an idea of where we're supposed to head after this. And maybe we can grab some missions at the station too. You never know what the hell they're gonna have. I guess you do know if you look, because it does say it on the map. I just didn't look. You spot some spaceships belonging to the Galactic Republic ahead of you. They seem abandoned, however some strange radio signals suggest that there's someone inside of them. What do you do? Yeah, we're gonna approach.
Head to the target. Prepare boarding protocol.
Because even if it's a trap, should be able to kill him. Hopefully. Maybe. I want to steal all the backgrounds for all these systems and use them in Kerbal Space Program. A few moments before reaching the spaceships, the whole fleet is back operating. It seems the radio signal on the abandonment of the spaceships were a trap organized by the Children of the Sun. Prepare to fight. Activate the shields. More importantly, make them dead. Looks like they even have reinforcements coming in. So this one that I'm firing on first is actually an Explorer, and they're really decent. I need to get those guys behind us. We took a lot of damage on our forward-facing shields already. And we've only killed off half of our enemies here. Oh, I wasn't sure what the hell they were firing at. That's their point defense weapons trying to take out some of our missiles. I thought they derped or something. See, I don't know if a nuke and losing the additional missile launcher that we would have to give up to install it would really be worth it. Like, that went pretty good for getting jumped. We did take a little bit of hull damage from somebody that had missiles. It seems like if they have missiles, you gotta focus them, right? We'll just go ahead and loot them. Bulletproof vest, and I clicked too soon. I didn't see what else they had there. Was anyone injured, first and foremost? Nope, everybody's in good shape. Let's see, I want you guys working on projectiles, I think. I don't know, they do a decent amount of damage. Let's start working on salvaging. Now that we've got some upgrades going, I just don't think that it's all that necessary for us to work on missiles as much. Interesting. Gatling of the Republic. We have 1 out of 4 on 2 different ones, so maybe they were different qualities. Let's go ahead and start working on the next thing. I'm just going to reverse engineer everything that we have an opportunity to. Oh, okay, never mind. So it was telling me what my previous thingy thing was. That one's permanent, the other one changed. Weird. Little wonky. A little tiny bit wonky. I have no idea what the new module we got was. It must have been one of these plasma cannons or light cannon of the Republic. I'm not sure. That's our flak, and these are our guided missiles that we moved off before. You know what? To make it easier, I'm just going to move the ones that we've uninstalled from our ship down to the bottom. Maybe that'll make it easier for us to remember which one we get that's, you know, brand new. But we're done looting. Fuck that distress signal. Bunch of jerks. We did take 8% hull damage, so I think we're just fine to go on to the bounty hunters, and then we'll do our delivery and stop by the station. Let's go frag some fools. It's gonna be great. Oh shit, and don't let me forget to drop our prisoners off, too. If they have a prison on this, this next station. Where the hell? Oh, they're behind me. Way out there. Okay, I think that one's closer. I can't really tell. Trying to make sure that he is focusing on one of the shields that we're not going to use later on in the fight. Oh man, a lot of our missiles didn't quite make it. Okay, they're both totally within range, so let's do one of our big volleys. We'll finish this guy off. Direct the rest of our missiles over to his buddy. Yeah. Definitely a lot less pew-pew with missiles, but I love the damage that they do. We got a grenade launcher and a frag grenade. Sweet. Maybe. There. Now we got it. No additional hull damage. Happy to report. Wonder how many times we'll be intercepted. We might actually make it now. So we got 3 enemies here. Ooh, and they're going hot already. Shit. Maybe I should have chilled on that last battlefield for a second longer. Nah, we'll be okay. It's just that our main volley wasn't ready to rock yet.
One of the enemy ships has been destroyed.
These are those tanky ass freighter ships, I think. Stop shooting me. Oh, did we get him? Yeah, nice. And our flat cannons are already wailing away on this other one. Excellent. Let's see if I can stay close enough so that they'll continue to apply a little bit of damage. Got him. Looks like we took damage. It's really difficult for me to read it. So that's one mission done. Oh, that was a plasma cannon blueprint. Excellent. And then frag grenades on the last one, too. First one had just frags, I think. Alright. Let's go get repaired. Try to remember to drop off those prisoners, like I said. Oh wow, we didn't even barely get out of there. You're in your cabin, swimming in your thoughts, laying in your bed. It's been several nights since you can barely sleep. As you close your eyes, the image of the crew that you saved a few days ago recurrently returns to your mind. The space pirates had approached them. Once in the ship, they killed those who resisted, and the others were held until they left the ship, taking all the supplies. Your medical team had realized that it was impossible to stay alive for so long without food. You assumed that each one had drawn their conclusions, but you decided not to reveal the horrible truth to them. Yeah, they had a pretty bad situation that day. When you checked the kitchen, you found that counter full of blood. A strange encounter, knowing how infrequent it was to carry live food. The last bit of evidence were the bodies that the pirates had supposedly left behind, but they were nowhere to be found. Ugh. You just went on Ascension 15 with Ironclad? Shut the front door. Really? Man, JSO, you're gonna have to start streaming. You're gonna have to show me your ways, man. I get up to, like, Ascension 4, and I'm just getting shut down repeatedly. Getting my ass handed to me. Alright, let's try to sleep. That situation had you sit with a terrible feeling in your guts. The stench that you had found in the room, the vivid image of the captain having to chop and stew the corpses of his own murdered companions to avoid the death of the rest of the crew. You couldn't judge him. He had done what was best for his people, and that was something you greatly admired in him. As if that weren't enough, he tricked the rest of the crew into believing there were emergency rations left. Every time you think about it, a chill runs down your spine. Oh man, what a shit situation. Try to sleep. Hello? Guess I didn't click it right. It's impossible for you to catch some sleep. The burden that man will have to endure for the rest of his life chokes you to the point of just letting you barely breathe. That must change. There have been many extreme situations and horrible scenes since you had become captain of the Republic, but that was different. That had taken you deep. It had your mind in extreme obsession. You couldn't sleep, barely had an appetite. The only thing you could think about was the image of the crew eating their friends without having a clue, and how the captain would remember it in solitude every night for the rest of his life. So we can try to carry the burden ourselves, or we can talk to someone. Yeah, let's go see a therapist. You can't stand it anymore, and take advantage of next morning's breakfast to tell the crew. Wow, Captain, we were really worried. These last days we have noticed you quite absent like a ghost. Have you seen the circles under your eyes? When was the last time you caught some rest? Seeing how the crew scolds you for having saved it comforts you deeply. I'm sorry, Green, I didn't want to worry you guys, or I thought it best that you didn't know anything, as the captain wanted. Yeah, honestly, I mean, we thought it best not to mention what we saw. Well, you had us worried. It's been a terrible event, and we may not be aware of what had to go through the captain's head when having to make such an extreme decision. What I can assure you is that it was the right thing to do. If it had been my body, I wouldn't have held any grudge against him. The man protected his crew until the end, and that's what a good captain does, just like you. His words reach out to you, and you clear your throat to try and cover your emotions. Thank you very much, crew. I feel much better now. Oh, wow. Captain gains more experience. We got another positive trait. Crew member Sal. Do us a favor, next time you want to keep something like that, let us know. You're the captain. We don't share blood, but we are the family we've chosen. Breakfast continues with a rarefied atmosphere that after that scene. Definitely having shared the experience and hearing such emotional words from your crew had done you good. Despite this, they would never understand the true implication of seeing people die under your command. Alright, let's keep going. Oh my. Space drama. I don't know, that fucked me up. Yup. It would be a hard one to sleep with, wouldn't it?
Control tower, we request permission to dock.
Station control tower here. Dock at the assigned bay. Over.
So after this, we'll go and do the suspicious activity, and then we'll hit the planet. We need to find... Shit, I can't remember his name now. We need to find a spy. Oh wait, is Zia where they took our kidnapped crew? Hold on. Head to Dr. Banner's house outside Endcliff in the space sector Imperator Ultima. I thought we already did that. I thought we just got done talking to Anna yesterday. I'm confused. Yeah, we had to have, because now we have his brother-in-law on board. Like, he's in our cargo. So this is just the next clue.
I've never been so happy to see the solid ground.
Howard, we will try to go as unnoticed as we can, so please try not to draw attention.
Draw attention to myself? Ha! Don't worry. I'll be as quiet as a sharp-eyed lynx. You won't be able to detect. Ouch! What's this beam doing here?
Oh, thank you, Paula. I had totally forgot, too. We have a hangar, a commercial zone, Skyline Apartments delivery address that appears on the package of the Robo-Erotic magazine. Wait a minute. So, we're delivering robo-porn? Okay. I mean, I'm not gonna judge him. Let's just move on. Shield generator blueprints for $2,500, but we're so close to being able to purchase a ship upgrade. Oh man. What do we do? I would love to get shield generators. The flat cannons that we're using, even when we are close enough for them to fire on things, they don't seem to do a hell of a lot for us. But they are our only defense against missiles. What kind of roboporn? Asking for a friend? I couldn't say. I don't know. The package is all blacked out. All we have is an address. I really want it. I'm gonna go for it. It is expensive though. Let's see, we can get about $1,000 back for all 4 of these if we sell them. 125 for that. Another 7 plus 350, so we've got 2,000, 2,500, 2.9. That'll be 3.6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we've got around $4,000 that we can make if we sell our stuff. Thank you for the host, Corsec. We had a shout from Mr. Corsec. Nice to meet you. What were you playing today, sir? Since we know it's roboporn, it must be vanilla. Oh yeah, prisoners too. That's Howard. Wait a minute. Where the hell are our prisoners? Did I just leave them out there? So we have Robo-Erotic magazine packages. A mail package of lascivious magazines received to be given to the addressee. I don't see prisoners, though. I think I have to, like, I click on them and I drag them over to here. The hell? The hell? Oh, nice. Playing Between the Stars. What do you think of it so far? We're on, like, I don't know, day 2, really, because we did a first look that was only about an hour long. Got most of the way through the prologue that day. And so this is like day 2 on the regular missions. Can we sell? We can't? Or like turn this resin in to the authorities? Hey. Don't. Yeah, see, I think it'd be a token like these guys. But this is a potential crewman, and this is Dr. John Banner's brother. Whoa, wait, what? Is Searcher's father-in-law Dr. John Banner? Wait. I could have swore... I don't know, I'm fucking tripping. I thought that this guy was his brother-in-law, not a son-in-law. I'm confused. Yeah, I don't see any prisoners here, guys. Okay, well, never mind that. We took some prisoners of some bounty hunters, but I have no idea where the hell they went. Couple missions past the prologue so far. Oh, nice. It gets way better after the prologue. The prologue was really, really good, though. I've been trying to send as many people over to try it, especially since it's included in the demo for absolutely free. It's just silly not to try it, isn't it? But I don't feel like the prologue was as good as the game gets, for sure. I think that they should have maybe added more into it. So if we wanted to build a shield, it's relatively cheap. It's going to cost 300 protonite and some additional minusite. Fairly cheap for a level 1. But do we want one? The hell? Sounded like gunshots outside. Oh goody. Probably our idiot neighbor with some fireworks. Let's go for system upgrades and medicine for that scientist. Did our captain level up yet? No. So I don't get a little arrow for the captain. I'm gonna have to just keep an eye on that. I also don't know what the hell we put in here. Seems like something ought to go in there. Don't know what though. Okay. Well, since we don't have prisoners to turn in, apparently, I guess we just won't worry about it. Bummer. Because I can't, like, scroll any further down in our inventory or anything like that. I think we're good to go here. Let's go and deliver the porno mags. Skyline Apartments here. Oh, are they for metals? Okay. I guess I don't have any yet. Haven't done anything of note. You arrive at the apartment block and start looking at the number of the apartments. From far away, you see the number that corresponds with the delivery, ordered by a man who goes by Dr. Chaos. You ring the bell, and a small slit opens up on the face of the door. Stupid mortal, who dares to disturb the one and only Dr. Chaos? The port and delivery people, we bring the package that you've ordered. Dr. Chaos, or we've got your dirty magazines, pervert. No, we're not gonna king shame him. Delivery. The door slit closes briefly, then a moment later opens again. You've arrived too late. I don't want it anymore. What do you think this is, fucking Amazon? Of course you want it. They pay me for you to receive the package, and that's exactly what you'll do. Or, alright, sorry for the inconvenience. Now, option 3 does potentially present us with the, ability to keep the magazines for ourselves. But I think that I want paid, so they pay me for you to receive the package, and that's exactly what you'll do. Hey you, good-for-nothing courier. Nobody dares to talk like that to Dr. Chaos. Maybe it's Chaos, I don't know. My vengeance will be terrifying. What the hell was that movie with, it wasn't Galifianakis, it was, somebody else with a just outrageous last name. Guy from The Hangover, wasn't it? God, that was a weird fucking movie. Where he's talking about utter chaos. My vengeance will be terrifying. Your blood will be spread around to all the stars of the universe. You can already hear the war engines of the spaceships flying swiftly at the arrival of their leader. Waylon's mother. Waylon, what's all that noise? Nothing, mother. Someone got the wrong address. The door slit closes and the door opens slightly. Alright, just give me the package and leave, please. If my mother comes down and sees the magazine, she'll get pissed. Howdy, Crusader. It's a mishmash of quite a few mechanics from different games. I would say that the random events are similar to FTL, but outside of that, no similarities. I don't know, it's really hard to pick everything out of it. Like, it's a very unique game. Full 6-axis controls, random events, the storyline stuff here, ground combat and situations take place with rolling dice. Many of your options are determined by the makeup of your crew, or absence of your crew, if you don't have enough of them. So, I never thought that a human would be interested in these magazines, or we just hand them over. Let's just hand them over. Okay, Waylon signs the delivery note and laughs like a maniac without giving too much attention. You turn around and head toward the docks. You haven't walked 20 steps and you can already hear his mom screaming. Nice, let's go back to the spaceship. And then as far as like X4, I would say that completely dissimilar from X4. You only get one ship. the space combat is more of like a twitch shooter, like an arcadey kind of shooter. You are in control of your ship, so roll, pitch, up, down, left, right, you know, full 6-axis control. But wherever your mouse is pointing is where your weaponry is going to focus. Like when your crew gets infected by tentacle monsters, that little shit, we named ours Steve. Did you give yours a name? Hangar and commercial zone. Funny side note, Steve is my dad's name. No relation. No correlation between the tentacle monster and my father. Alright, I think we're good here. Let's head on out. They don't have a shipyard or anything like that. We'll just move away a little bit. And I want to do this last random thing before we go and do the storyline thing. I have no idea. I know that we've played, I don't know, 10 hours maybe so far on this run. And I have no idea how far we are on like the main storyline. We haven't explored much though, judging by the size of the system. Our radar system detects ships in the surrounding area, then they open communication to with our ship. Greetings, Captain. We are humble merchants of the Republic. We would like to help you by offering men at a reduced price. You refer to yours as Rat Bastard? That's an adequate name, for sure. I was kind of leaning more towards Spencer, but we decided on Steve. Oh yeah, definitely wishlisted, if nothing else. Actually, this game, the prologue takes about hour-and-a-half to 2 hours. It's free, so download the demo, and all of your progress in the demo will transfer over to the main game if you decide that you like it. Like, no money up front, like, there's no risk. So, get the demo, play through the prologue, decide whether you like it based off of that. But I would also bear in mind that, like we were talking about earlier, the prologue really doesn't do the rest of the game that much justice. The game is better, like the regular game is better than the prologue. Definitely. So, but it will give you a good estimation of, you know, whether your machine can run it, whether you're going to like the play style, you know, the different mechanics, get a little bit of exposure to them. I would give it about a day of playing and kind of decide at that point. So this is a slaver ship. They're trying to sell us people that we could use as crew. What do we do? Slavery is illegal in the Republic. We accept or we are not interested. Thank you. Slavery is illegal. Yeah. How dare you try to sell slaves to a military ship of the Republic? Turn off the engines and lay down the arms. You are under arrest. The slavers activate the shields and prepare to attack. They've given you a chance, Captain. Your righteousness has condemned you to die serving as a slave. Bull fucking shit.
All hands to battle stations.
I don't think so, ladies. I don't think so at all. I'm fairly confident in our abilities here. Hopefully they don't get away, though.
One of the enemy ships has been destroyed.
Now, I do feel like kind of a dick, though, because I'm assuming that that was full of innocent slaves, and I have no, like, alternative. Like, I don't know of any way for me to just disable their ship, which would have been better. Spare us and we will give you the slaves. If you destroy our ship, they will die. There we go. Now I can sleep at night. You're not getting out of this alive, or okay, we accept. We accept. I mean, right? I think we just got hoodwinked. Did we just get fucked over here?
Targets neutralized, crew. We are out of danger.
I may have made a mistake there. No, we kind of min-maxed our ship a little bit. Combat is usually a lot more difficult. We gone like all of the highest quality missile launchers that we can, and nothing but missile launchers. So, yeah, we just hand out asses all day long. Kick ass and chew bubblegum. I didn't get any slaves. Son of a bitch. Bummer. I would imagine that a full nuke setup would be just as powerful. But otherwise you're usually using energy weapons or projectile weapons. Yeah, let's continue to upgrade our hull. Man, I feel like, feel terrible about it. I guess well, I don't know. Is it better to be alive or a slave? I mean, really. Sticky situation. Alright, we're just gonna keep going. We took 1% hull damage. I feel bad that I let him go, but I feel okay in the fact that we didn't kill anybody, any innocent, slaves, you know what I mean? They have a cheese whiz setup? Maybe. The nukes do seem pretty hardy, though. Takes a lot to be able to destroy them before they hit. What do we got here? So we got a hangar up top. This is where we need to go. I'm kind of hoping that they have a shipyard. We are so close to being able to purchase an upgrade. And I wouldn't mind getting into a battleship. We're in a C-class cruiser at the moment. Alright, I don't see anything, so we're gonna head for the desert. Land in the shadow of a gigantic dune. As soon as the hatch of the ship opens, a wave of extreme heat runs through your body. You preferred 1,000 times that infernal heat to spending another second with Howard Huggins on the bridge. The man was not entirely malicious. Might have even been admirable that he agreed to come here and save his brother-in-law. Yeah, brother-in-law. They said that it was his father-in-law on the token that's in our cargo hold. Perhaps that was what had prevented you from abandoning him at the most dangerous station you had ever known. Wait, Captain, I'm going too, Mr. Howard says. Go ahead, but we'll advance in silence, or no way you're staying on the ship. Do we take him? You guys help me out with this one. I gotta share the doubt and despair if we get this poor guy killed. Do we take him with us, or do we force him to stay on the ship? Option 1 or option 2? What do you guys think? He did come with us for a reason, but I'm really worried that we're going to end up getting this guy killed, and we're going to piss off the guy that we're trying to find, as well as his wife. And I don't want to anger them. It's kind of a hard decision. Yeah, same name as the guy from the prologue. I'm pretty sure it is the same duder. Mr. Howard Huggins. Jesus says yes. Yes to which one, you shit? I don't know. I think we're gonna make him stay on the ship, but we might need his help. Alright. If nobody has a proper vote. Yeah, I think we leave him. Number 1, go ahead. Okay. The road to Zia was awfully hard. The city was surrounded by an immense desert, making it the only habitable point in hundreds of kilometers. The only way to get in without attracting attention was to walk through the sand and get there by foot. You pass through the giant wall and have to rub your eyes a couple times to make sure of what you have in sight. In the walls of the houses in the premises. What? In the walls of the houses in the premises? Wherever you look, you see the insignia of the children of the sun. Z had been taken. If by any chance Dr. Banner was alive, it was a matter of time before he was found. Time to gather some information. You advance in a group through the city in search of answers. In the middle of the streets, you see several patrols of the Children of the Sun guarding. That was an extremely serious matter. Until now, the presence of the Children on the planets of the Republic had been nothing more than a small, isolated centers. Seeing that city dominated was the only reminder of what could happen if the Children of the Sun took control of the universe. After a few hours in the city, you begin to feel a certain rejection from the others. No matter how much you tried to go unnoticed, a greeting was enough to attract the attention of the people, who quickly took off to flee. Yeah, we are in enemy territory right now. It was natural with everything that was happening. No one would be willing to be involved in any problem by a few strangers. This is going to be a lot more complicated than we imagine. A voice on your back freezes your blood. Guard of the Children of the Sun says, "Look guys, isn't that Inspector Huggins?" Fuck. Turn toward them. You turn to find yourself face to face with an armed group of guards. These, unlike most of the patrols you had seen around, did not wear the uniform of the Children of the Sun, but they did have their rifles. Well, Inspector Huggins, I'm glad to see you here. I was looking forward to some of your visits. I would tell you to give my regards to your colleagues at SMC, although I don't think you'll be seeing them for quite some time. And Howard says, "So, Turner, good to see you. It's been a long time since I've been here." Should have left his ass on the ship. The man grabs Huggins by the collar of his jacket. "My name is Daniel Matthews, asshole. Your shitty report cost me my job. I was left on the street after 15 years because of you." Huggins shrugs without knowing what to say. "You're coming with us to the factory. Chain him up. We can let them take him away, or we can try to intercede, but we have to get a roll of 7 or higher with 1 die. Oh, shit. Oh, wow, we got it. I'll be damned. You stand in front of Howard, blocking the way to the approaching guard. "This man is our prisoner. Mr. Huggins has been a SMC reviewer for over 20 years. Our mission was to bring him safely to Zia, but we will only hand him over to our higher rank." The guard hesitates for a moment and glances around your crew. "Alright, we'll escort you to the factory where you can wait for the commander's arrival. I don't want any strange movement. At the slightest suspicion, I will leave you with more holes than a strainer." Alright, follow the guards. You follow the leader of the guards while the rest point their weapons at you from the rear. Howard looks at you a couple of times and you make a gesture to keep him quiet. The leader swipes a card through a door reader and it opens wide. You go around the rooms and see the machinery turned off. On the big transport belts, there are hundreds of half-mounted rifles. The children had turned the processing plant into a weapon assembly line with a point of production in the middle of the territory at the of the Interstellar Republic. Supplying the deployed troops had become a very simple task. You end up in a long corridor that connects to the different storage rooms where all the material is stored for future processing. The man activates the opening terminal, and the gate slides to one side. He turns around and invites you to pass with a gesture of his weapon. "Well, Mr. Huggins, time to say goodbye, or leave you in charge. I leave you in charge of the prisoner." I'm a little confused by that, so I don't want to hand him over. I don't think that I want option number 2. I leave you in charge of the prisoner. I'm assuming that that's us telling the guard, okay, here's the guy. But they both kind of infer that that's what we're gonna do. One? Okay. "Well, Mr. Huggins, time to say goodbye." "No way. Surrender your weapons and enter with him. Commander Novak will return for the cargo tomorrow. You will wait with the prisoner until he tells us what to do with you. You better get ready for what's waiting for you tomorrow, Huggins. You'll wish we'd executed you tonight. You were caught. You didn't know how many guards there would be in the factory at the time, but you didn't think you'd find out. The only chance he had left was to enter the improvised cell and hope that the next time the door was open, your life would not depend on one of the commanders of the children. Shit. Enter the cell. The guard shuts the door as you pass and looks around. At one end of the chamber, you see a small group of prisoners facing you. "Howard, is that you? What happened? What are you doing here?" "Hey, we found Dr. John Banner." "Yay, this is victory." Huggins explains to him what happened while he drops a few barbed comments for handing him over as a decoy. Dr. Banner, we've come for you, or what happened to you? Let's just identify him. The mission I had been entrusted with failed miserably. Before I knew it, the rest of my team had exposed my cover. I left the ship as fast as I could and luckily made it alive to the space station in the sector we were in. Knowing that the Children of the Sun were on my heels, I boarded a merchant freighter that was headed towards Zia. Without credits and without any kind of documentation, I was thinking of enlisting in some ship that would depart in the direction of Endcliff when I saw the Children's fleet coming down from the sky. It didn't take long to find me. Luckily, no one recognized me so far. They thought they could just finish me off, but I assured them that I could be useful in the plant. Since then, I've been held prisoner here, taking care of the maintenance and repair of the machinery. Children of the Sun are looking for you, so we can go with the Captain Obvious statement, or we must take you to Admiral Flynn. Let's go with option number 2. No one has recognized me so far. They just wanted to finish me off, but I assured them that I could be useful in the plant. Since then, okay, we know. Tomorrow, my luck will run out. I met Novak at Tacit Stella while working on the Genesis project. If the Children of the Sun want something from me, I'm sure Novak will recognize me. Even though so many years have passed, these men have nothing to do with the buffoons that they left at the factory. Uh-oh. We must get out of this cell before that happens. It wouldn't do any good. Even if we managed to get out of the chamber, we'd still be trapped in the plant. The gates of the processing rooms can only be opened with the corresponding key cards. The Children of the Sun made sure to get all the cards from workers to hand out to the ringleaders of the guard. I don't think there's a card left in this city that hasn't been requisitioned. Few people know, but SMC inspectors have plant opening credentials. Only senior management is allowed to restrict access or make a change to the processing plant keys. If the children are using the old workers' cards, it's very likely that my identification will still be active. You and Banner crossed glances with surprise. It was the first time Howard had said anything useful on the whole trip. Maybe bringing you here was a great decision, or well done, Dr. Huggins. Yeah, maybe it was an okay thing. As soon as you can, you begin preparations for the escape. Dr. Banner directs the rest of the prisoners and your crew to collect as much organic crystal as you can find in the warehouse. SMC has been controlling the organic crystal market for years. They're the main ones in charge of the extraction, processing, and distributing the material to use it as a catalyst in weapon and other artifacts. Due to its incredible hardness, the extraction of the resource in its natural state is practically impossible. Sharp Hill extractors have been using ammonium chloride solutions to soften the edges for years. The crystal reacts to the substance and begins to change its structure, releasing an acid component. I'm sure you've all heard of organic acid. Oh, yeah. I was just messing around with organic acid yesterday. And where are we going to get that from? That won't be a problem. I can synthesize it with some of the material in the warehouse. What worries me most is that the crystals that SMC had stored here have already been modified before being transported, so we can't count on pure acid. Hopefully it'll be enough to weaken some of the vents before Novak arrives. Without a better plan, you get to work. You collect all the material you find and concentrate it on the base of one of the ventilation grids. Banner takes a few hours to prepare the component, but ends up getting it. As John had said, it doesn't take long for the glass to start to smoke when he pours the strange potion he had prepared. It's not until after a while that you finally get to open the grid. I'll go first, or stay together? All together, or I'll go first? Stay together. One by one, you pass through the conduit to the outside room where you retrieve your equipment. The first light rays of the star of the sector entered by the gigantic grids on the walls. It was about to dawn. Okay. Potions and lotions? Oh, God. Look like Matt Damon's character in Eurotrip? Oh, dear. I'm gonna have to watch that. Do I have a doppelganger? Captain, promise me one thing before I let the children capture me and finish me off. I believe the Children of the Sun want me for my services, and if I know them as well as I think I do, I know they will end up getting what they want from me. I do not intend to be the builder of the weapon that ended the life of the universe. That won't happen, or they'll have to take us down first. That won't happen. If it does happen, You leave the room cautiously and sneak out. Distributed by the plant, small groups of soldiers patrol the corridors and walkways. Going unnoticed with so many people would not be an easy task. Perhaps there was another way. You could take advantage of the surprise to uncover yourself and the crew and proceed to attack. The exit was not far. The prisoners could take advantage of the chaos and advance without being discovered, although you would be in immense danger. I feel like sneaking is almost destined to fail. We have one shot. We have one die. We have to roll a 9. And I think it's a 10-sided die. So that one's going to be a little tricky. Oh. You got a link to it? I wish I looked like that. I think we gotta serve as the decoy. Nice. Apparently we're heroic. I figured we'd get the negative trait, fucking idiot, but you had to get the prisoners out alive. They had suffered enough as children's captives. To think of what could happen to them if they were captured again gave you chills. You would prefer to die here 1,000 times if that could secure the freedom of Dr. Banner and the rest of the prisoners. You make a gesture toward your crew who understand the meaning of the situation. Everyone nods at the same time. You knew you had not made a mistake with them. You've made many mistakes in your life, but entrusting your life to those people had not been one of them. Open fire. Alright, combat time. We got our gear, so we do have some stuff that we can equip. We've got 5 SMC vests that we're probably not going to be able to use. We have plenty of bulletproof vests, though. We have 7 of these, and we'll be able to equip one of those pretty much every turn. We do have a full crew, and it doesn't look like they have a whole lot going for them. A couple of guards and a couple of shooters, so let's see how this goes. Oh, we're going to exchange fire here. Thankfully, we have way more people than them. Let's go ahead and equip a bulletproof vest. It just goes on to a random person. That's one more hit that he can take before it actually does any damage. So we didn't get a kill. Ooh, Michael's not looking so hot, though. The guy that got the armor. No bueno. Ah, shit, and we're gonna exchange fire again. This time, we only get 4 attacks. Oh god. Hide, Michael, hide! Okay. Nice. So this time we won't receive fire back. This should be enough to finish it, so I don't want to use my bulletproof vest. Victory! If I had used the vest, then it's like disposable or some shit. If you equip the vest, you no longer have it. While you keep the soldiers at bay, the prisoners manage to get out through the gate next to Mr. Huggins. That was the end. The guards continued to enter the room at almost a faster rate than you had finished them off. The frenzy of battle had separated the group, and you no longer even know if your entire crew is still alive. But if you were going to die there, you could swear that it was going to be taking as many children of the sun with you as you could. A blast of thunders opens the wall of the room. One of the SMC ships fires at the gangways, causing multiple explosions in the machinery on which the rubble falls. The ship is concentrated on your enemies, giving you a chance to flee. While you keep the soldiers at bay, the prisoners manage to get out through the gate next to Mr. Huggins. Your communicator lights up, and a familiar voice brings you back to reality. Reinforcements are here, Captain. Yes! Thank you for the follow, Corsac. Welcome to the stream, man. Thanks for that host earlier, too. Appreciate you. Run toward the exit. GTFO. You get up and run to the hatches that face the outside as fast as you can. The room is close to collapse. Using one of the cards of the guards, you manage to gather outside. The ship stops the attack and heads toward you with the intention of landing. The gateway opens, letting you on board, while Howard Huggins waits inside with a smile on his face. They haven't bothered to restrict access to aircraft either, Captain. We couldn't abandon you guys. Okay, so we got Mr. Dr. John Banner finally. You don't know how glad I am to see you, Huggins. So apparently he had access to their ships too. He could open any of the doors in the whole place. And on top of that, except for the one that we were locked in, and on top of that, he was able to go and grab a ship and blow him sky high. You direct the small SMC ship into the desert where you landed. You had to leave the planet immediately. The Children of the Sun would soon find out about this, and you did not intend to be here by the time they discovered it. The prisoners would board your ship. Leaving them in the city would be too risky for them, and you didn't have time to distribute them around the planet until the children's ships arrived. You land the ship, and quickly the crew and you go to your post and prepare for takeoff. So we got some Zia refugees. Mission accomplished. Cool. And it is time to go. Fuck this place.
Novak won't just let us run away.
We won't let them get to you, Banner. Engines at full power. We must derail the children's ships.
Okay, so we're in pretty good shape. We don't really need to stop at the station. We don't have any additional information, but consequences apparently is taking place over here. So let's dive in. Ooh, if I can figure out how to steer.
Captain, we've been found. 2 children's ships are approaching.
Goddamn kids.
We found Banner. Keep the ship at bay and send our coordinates to Commander Novak.
Kill them! Don't let them reveal our position!
I'm working on it. I kind of wasted a lot of missiles there with my approach. I think it's going to take one more volley for me to actually kill this guy. Ooh, is that going to be enough? He's not doing a whole lot of shield damage. Got him. Suck it.
We've been looking for you, Captain. I was looking forward to thanking you personally for what you have done in Zia. I can't believe you left without saying goodbye.
It must have been very hard to know that we rescued Dr. Banner right from under your nose, Novak. Does Nartos know that it only took one captain of the Republic to finish off your men and rescue the prisoners?
Don't worry. I'm sure he'll be more than happy when I bring you before him, dead or alive.
I feel like I should be launching missiles
from the processing plant.
All hands to battle stations!
Speed up, all power to shields.
Don't claim victory so soon, Captain. We'll get better back, one way or another.
You'll have to go through me first.
Oh my god, look at all those missiles.
Dr. Banner will come to us if he wants to see his wife alive again.
The Havana.
Hear his wife screams as we cut her apart, piece by piece.
Oh my god.
Damn you! You're nothing but cowards!
You won't get out of this one alive, Novak!
You heard them,
Oh
Captain. They're
shit.
after Anna. We have to get back to Enclip at once.
We can't let them capture Anna. You've seen what they are capable of in Zia.
We won't let the children capture it. You have my word. My engines to full power. We need to get there before Nartos' soldiers do.
Yeah. Can we loot first? Do we have time for loot? I think we do. Oh fuck, something happened? Find yourself on the ship's bridge and suddenly an asteroid a few dozen meters in size appears in your trajectory. Pilot evades it at the very last moment, avoiding a head-on collision. Nice piloting. Yeah. You congratulate the helmsman for his excellent work, and you asked him to keep up the great piloting. Okay. One more loot, and got a bulletproof vest out of the last one. So we have to get over to Yakja immediately. We're gonna try to rescue Anna. Big ol' meanies. And then we have to get over to the Fold in Chaga and try to get our crewmen back. Even though we did kind of replace them already. We're not just gonna leave them out there, are we? I don't think so. So, I don't don't think it matters how much time it takes for us to do these, but I'm not actually sure that that's true. One thing that I definitely fucked up on is not getting all of our people into the sick bay, though. So that was fucking dumb. Let's get Farva in there. Damn. I'm really apprehensive about going and going straight over there with 2 wounded crew. This guy ought to be okay, hopefully, by the time we get there, but we've got 1 crewman that's like 1 shot away from death. Do we dally? Do we go for another mission in the meantime? Let's go check out this suspicious activity, and then we'll head for the station, too. We only have 8% hull damage. I hope it doesn't matter how much time it takes for us to get over there. Spot a group of unknown ships. After attempting to contact them a few times for them to identify themselves, they activate their shields and weapon systems. Bring it.
Activate the shield. All hands to battle stations.
The Republic can't save you now.
I'll make sure to end.
We are the Republic, dick. We're just a little bit too far out for that first volley to actually hit him. Oh, come on. Ah, shit. Looks like some of the second volley got him.
The enemy ships have been destroyed.
Oh man, we just got hit by so many missiles. So I don't want to evade. I want to try to, there we go, outrun the last of them. Oh, I hate lasers. Actually, our shields are doing fine. Full power to shields definitely seems to be the way to go. Suck it. We did take a little bit of damage, though.
Team. Are you all okay?
Another bulletproof vest and a submachine gun for ground combats. And then a bunch of random shit. How you doing? You done cooking? Nope. Oh man. I don't know, this might take longer than I thought. I'm not gonna sit here while he heals up though. I guess that would be the more conservative option, but it sounds kind of boring. Just waiting for that to count down. So I'm not doing it. Anybody level up? Our captain did. Should we go for charisma, aptitude, leadership, or luck? Oh, I've only put points in charisma so far. Aptitude, the capacity to anticipate dangerous situations. Leadership, the capacity to lead your crew. And luck is the determining... Luck can be a determining factor in some situations. We only have 1 point. I just don't know exactly where I should put it. Aptitude was part of some of the dialogue so far. Yeah, one of these two, I think. Can't decide which one. We got 1 vote for aptitude and 1 for leadership. Anybody else got an opinion? I have no idea. I think I'm leaning more toward aptitude because I have seen that. Like, we know that we're going to run into aptitude, and charisma was the first one that we ran into a bunch of times, so that's why we put 4 points so far into charisma. Yeah, let's just keep working our way down the line. Let's go for aptitude for this one, and then we'll get it up to like level 3 or 4, and then we'll go for leadership. Unless somebody has more information about that. Like, if we were to get it up to level 5, and that were to allow us to have like an additional die roll, or something like that, then I would totally go for it. Nice! Dicked around long enough for him to get out of the cooker. Let's do Michael Bauer next. We're gonna head for the station here, because there's really just that and going to rescue Anna left in this system, as far as what I can see. Reduces the numbers needed. Oh, nice. For every level. Yeah, because we have a lot of situations where we have to roll a 7 or higher. Uh-oh. We were intercepted again.
Activate the weapons off through the battle station.
We got some big boys here. I can't wait to get into one of those ships.
The enemy ship has been destroyed.
Well, that was quick.
Excellent work, team. Are you all
That's
okay?
what she said. SMC vest and another submachine gun. Really doing well on the credits. Where the hell? How did I get turned around that bad? It's fine. We're at 85%. We'll be okay. Go ahead and get fixed up. Ah, damn it! I shouldn't have activated that yet. I should have checked on the sick bay. We've seen the charisma ones when it comes to like convincing people to do something that they don't really want to do. And then we've seen engineering a lot, crafting before.
What are those Republic ships doing?
Mai, set up communications and send a transmission request.
Yes, sir. Sending transmission request.
I'm ready to fire if they do anything wonky. If they get froggy on us. The bridge terminal lights up while the transmission is waiting. A few seconds later it displays, and you see a man with a familiar face. You had seen that captain at headquarters during the court-martial. Captain Violet, we've been waiting for you. And why is that? We're here by order of Admiral Mason. We must take you and Dr. Banner with her. We would appreciate it if you would come without resistance. There will be no blood spilling if it is not necessary. It's the traitor. What do we do? Sounds like a threat? Or ask Admiral Mason. We know full well who Admiral Mason is. That sounds like a threat to me. It's a warning. We'll not allow you to hand over Dr. Banner to Flynn. Before that, I would rather see you perish by our own hands. You choose. Either we do it the good way or the bad way. We have numerical superiority. It's impossible for someone like you to stand up to so many captains. You're nothing but filthy traitors.
You've chosen the wrong captain. Your loyalty will be your undoing.
We can't all adjust our ideals as conveniently as you, Bradley.
Okay, these guys are definitely stronger, and I forgot to
Republic soldier fights.
start moving, so that's no good. I need to try and get them behind us, because our forward-facing shield is failing.
Flynn will end up destroying us all.
Okay, and that one's neutral again, rather than aggressive. But when he sees that you've wiped out the fleet, Captain Bradley stops the attack and you receive a new signal coming into your terminal. Captain Bradley, I'm sorry, Captain. I have some bad news for you. You really thought you could get rid of us so easily. Bring the prisoner. 2 men come into the scene pushing a woman in chains. She looks up at you, allowing you to see her face. Sorry, John. I couldn't do anything. It's fucking Anna. We didn't have to worry about the Children of the Sun kidnapping Anna. The traitors kidnapped her. You're a dirty rat, Bradley, or damn coward. You dirty rat. Anna, damn you all. Don't you dare even touch her or you'll pay dearly. You don't have to be rude, Doctor. If you want to see her alive again, I suggest you follow our instructions. We'll send you the coordinates for the meeting with Mason once my crew and I are at a safe distance. I would make sure to keep all this away from Flynn's snout. At the slightest sign of that the Admiral soldiers are heading for our positions, no doubt that I myself will be the one to execute your wife. Son of a...
Damn it!
We have to go after them, Captain. You can't let them hurt her.
Don't
Yeah,
worry,
we're gonna.
Kendra wants you. They won't do anything to her while you're with us. We'll rescue her. You have my word.
Captain, we are receiving Captain Mason's ship's coordinates.
The Hedron Gygax sector? I thought it was completely abandoned.
Kendra has gone through the trouble of meeting up with us in the most remote location she could find.
We should inform of this, Captain. Acting alone is too risky.
I know, Mai, but we don't have a choice. If Mason finds out we've informed the Admiral, we could say goodbye to Mrs. Banner.
Sacrificing one life to ensure the safety of many is statistically sound.
I like
won't
my...
abandon her, Mai. Let's go to Hedron Gygax.
Great. Joy. Wonderful. Okay, let's go to the station first. Get some cheeseburgers. Well, shit, and I am curious if we go through another playthrough of this, if we were to have gone there first, would we have run into this problem? Could we have potentially saved her? Because it's hard to say, right? Like, did that just happen because I was dicking around trying to get everybody healed up? Or was it going to happen regardless? Like, I really wonder how much RNG is actually taking place here and how much of it is kind of linear scripting. But I do not know. Oh yeah, where am I supposed to take these guys? I have no idea. We have refugees, but I don't know where we're supposed to take them. Maybe they'll hop out here. Only problem is they're taking up an inventory spot, but we could always scrap all that extra gear that we've been stockpiling. So it's not that big of a deal or anything. But I do want to get repairs. We should also probably check for missions. Be really nice to be in a battleship right now, wouldn't it? I can't remember what the hell they have on this station. Probably not a shipyard, but if they do, we'll go and see if there's any other upgrades that are interesting. Nope, got a hangar and a commercial zone. So there is a delivery contract. Let's go ahead and get our repairs. That's 400 credits. We're at 17,000 credits. I'm a little tempted to go and liquidate all of our supplies here. Sell off all this extra shit that we're carrying around. Because I think we've got somewhere around $4,000 worth of stuff. The alternative would be to scrap it. And that's kind of what I had planned to do, but I just never got around to it. I'm just organizing here. What do you guys think? Should we scrap all of this, or should we sell it for the credits that we need to potentially upgrade to a battleship instead of our cruiser? We don't get any extra weapons, and I think we lose some speed as well. Can we turn these guys in? No. Okay. Scrap it, you think? Because we're doing pretty good on material other than protonite. But protonite is the most common one that we do get. It's just that we use a shitload of it doing like level 3 upgrades. We would need about 3,000 more for the battleship. And we're at 17 right now. We need about 20 grand. And I think we've got about $4,000 worth of stuff. Divvy it up, do half to scrap and half for cash. Some of these definitely aren't worth much, no matter what. Looks like those are all decent money. So, like these guided missile launcher Mark 1s that we have, the super basic ones. If we scrap them, we only get 200 protonite and 300 synthetic minusite out of them. If we sell them, we get 250 credits. Yeah, I agree. Let's start with selling. We get about 700 for that. Oh shit, can I not sell it here? Oh yeah, because it doesn't have an actual shop. Never fucking mind. Well, we got our repairs. I think you're right, though. I think anything that's worth over 500... Well, okay, anything that's worth over 1,000, so that we'll get about 500 credits out of it, we'll probably sell. Anything that's worth under that, we'll go ahead and scrap for material. Let's just point a random direction here. We need to go to Hedron Gygax. What else do we have going on here? So we have recruits, blueprints, and repairs there. Dick all there. That one's got an arcade. Screw it, we'll just head out there. It's abandoned, there's no station. Yeah, we do need to go to, well, Chug is more important as far as I'm concerned, to get that crewman back who's being held prisoner. Or potentially been killed already, I don't know.
Captain, we are close to the coordinates sent.
There are many more than I expected.
This is where we die. Ah, fuck, you're right, sickbay. And it's too late now.
Of the Interstellar Republic. We were waiting for you, Captain. We will proceed to dock the ships, and my men will escort you to me.
We can meet without your welcoming committee, Kendra.
Yeah,
You have nothing to fear
Kendra.
as long as you don't do anything foolish. We have already lost a good number of men in combat, don't you think?
Yeah, thanks to you. And your unsanctioned attack. Yeah, I can't go into my inventory, so I can't check the damn sickbay until after we, resolve this, like, turn, I guess. Oh, but that's fine. I'm just gonna pull us up alongside of her. Five on one. This is gonna get a little hairy if we have to fight our way out of this.
Request confirmed.
You enter Kendra Mason's ship with Dr. John Banner. As soon as the boarding gateway lowers, a few guards receive you and guide you to the bridge. Some of the men you see were familiar faces from meeting in the Republic. To a greater or lesser extent, those people who now pointed at you as they led you to their leader had been former comrades in combat. Seeing the Interstellar Republic in this state caused you deep sorrow. The Children of Sun had not only wiped out the vast majority of their captains, but it fragmented the unity you had shared for decades. It does not take you long to reach the gate of the Bridge of Command, through which they make you pass. Enter the control bridge. You cross the threshold, and John runs toward his wife, who is unharmed next to Kendra. Good. They embrace each other in tears. Anna, are you alright? Have they hurt you? Not at all, John. Admiral Mason has ensured my well-being since I boarded the ship. What are you trying to do with all this, Kendra? Same as you, Captain Violet. Peace. A safe universe for all. I know you don't trust me, neither you nor any of your crew, but you've still come to listen to what I have to say. Well, you had a prisoner. Bradley took John's wife prisoner. Yeah, exactly. Kendra gazes at Bradley, who's standing behind her. Forgive Bradley. He's strong and loyal, but he's a complete idiot. We didn't mean for you to worry, Doctor. We've taken Anne for her own good. The Children of the Sun are looking for you. They know that the Republic has found you in Zia. As long as Nartaz tries to find you, I'm afraid all your relatives are in danger. What a coincidence! It served you to bring us to you. Our priority has been to keep Dr. Banner out of the reach of the Children of the Sun. Bradley has not been very gentle, but he has definitely served to bring you to us. I apologize again in the forums, for the forums, but we needed to meet face to face. So what are you gonna do? Or what now? What are you gonna do with us? I'd like nothing more than for you to join us, Captain Violet. Flynn has betrayed us all. That man has conspired against the Interstellar Republic and deserves to pay for his betrayal. Interesting. We kind of called that. With the whole, like, backroom promotion and him taking over the fleet and all that, it just seemed, like, really out of form and highly suspect. Seems to me that we have different ideas about who conspires against the Republic, or what are you trying to tell me? Oh, let's ask. Think about it. How did the children know where to find the remains of the Genesis ship? How did they anticipate the attack on Tacit Stella? Admiral Flynn has been playing both sides all this time. The Interstellar Republic is in a delicate situation. We need all the trusted captains by our side. Yeah, so much for us getting Vice Admiral. We'd have run that shit like Dick Cheney ran our government. We lost the Phoenix because of your early attack, or what if I refuse? Oh, let's go ahead and call her out on the Phoenix thing. I did what I was supposed to do. After the court-martial, the children were informed of our plans. Our ships detected signs of the approaching fleet, and there was no time to discuss the implications of the attack. What was certain was that we had to act before the Admiral knew of our plans. And what if we refuse? In that case, you will be my prisoners until you change your mind. I do not intend to expose the Republic any more than it already is. I know you are an honorable woman just like Scott. If you swear to fight by our side, I will allow you to join us in battle. The time has come. The true defenders of the Interstellar Republic must unite to end the enemies infiltrated into our own base. For the safety of the universe itself, we must destroy Admiral Flynn and expel his followers from headquarters, even if it costs us our lives. I will not attack the headquarters. Do what you want with us is our only response option. Kendra Mason seems somewhat disheartened by your response, but not enough to hesitate when she sends you and the crew into prison. The men behind you are aiming at you while they escort you to the ship's cells. They're firing on me. Or on somebody. We're not taking damage, but I mean, there's definitely firing. While they escort you to the ship's cells alongside Dr. Banner and his wife. I'm sorry, Captain, but you're too high of a risk for all of us. The sound of lasers hitting the hull flood the ship. A huge jolt shakes the corridor through which you run, causing you to fall to the ground violently. The reinforcements had arrived. Crew, now. You take advantage of the confusion to headbutt the man who followed you, and quickly the rest of the crew do the same. The combat alarm mixed with the shots the ship was receiving from the outside deafens you as you advance through the chaos to the gangway to board your ship. Running from one side to the other, you find part of the Vice Admiral's crew, while the specialists try to defend the ship of the squadron that is besieging them. How's it going, White? Already seen a ship that kind of looks like Warhammer? I've always wanted to play that one. What was the name of that one? That takes place out in space and has those huge, like, city-looking ships. Like the big old cathedral things. Oh, it looks so good. Maybe you've seen too much of it? No, I think that you'll like them. They do kind of remind me a little bit of the ship designs from X4. But I don't know. Everything kind of reminds me of something else. Project Banner. Protect Banner. We must get him out. Okay, so we did have to go into combat, and it's nearly a fair fight. This is gonna suck. And I wish I had got their health up. Fuck. So we're going to exchange. Let's go ahead and equip some armor. Thankfully it went on to somebody who's already wounded. Let's see how this goes. Battlefleet Gothic. Yeah, I think that was it. Oh no, Sao has fallen and they got Park. Sons of bitches. Ah, great. So all that does is allow us to equip stuff. But we didn't have enough points to actually do anything. Shit. Yeah, men down for sure. And I think that's ripped for them too. Okay, so now we can either do 3 additional damage with a grenade on top of our 6. Let's see, would that give us a kill strike? It wouldn't. They would still have 2 pips left. Or we could go for a defensive posture and equip some armor. I say we go DPS. Let's go with a submachine gun attack and then resolve our roll with the hopes that we can get these last 2 damage in on this one. No whammy, no whammy, no whammy. Fuck yeah. Got him. Yes. Alright, so that was the last one. We did lose 2 engineers in the exchange, though. Our first 2 deaths, actually. You advance through the corridors, opening fire while escorting John and his wife. Luckily, the battle outside the ship keeps Kendra Mason's troops busy, and you reach the boarding gateway. As the gate opens, you maintain containment fire, preventing the guards from hurling themselves at you. You enter the ship and close the gate, but not before launching a grenade that makes it impossible for them to follow you. You all run to your battle stations while Banner accompanies you to the bridge. Prepare for battle. And I say we just light that bitch up first.
Must hold until the Admiral arrives.
Okay, she's a storyline kind of person, so just like that other combat that we were in, that entire volley of missiles did dick all. So we're gonna try to support our allies. But I'm totally out of range here. I think this volley ought to be able to hit. Maybe. Actually, I probably ought to just go straight for him while they're concentrating on the other ship. I could also devote power to engines to get there a little bit more quickly. But I think we're going to be able to save him. It's just a matter of, can we do damage to this target? Oh, fuck me. Get out of the way of missiles, sir. That's what we were doing to their ships earlier. Going and hiding behind their allies.
Hold on, Captain. The Admiral's on his way.
Alright, we got one. Let's go full power to engines here. Try to finish off this guy. That'll free up another 2 allies. Yes, this game just entered early access yesterday. Day before yesterday. Day before yesterday. And I don't have a direct link to it right now, but if you'd like the developers Discord, just remind me on our Discord, and I'll go and grab it and throw a link up for you, and then I'll put it into the bot so that we have it available for tomorrow. But I think tomorrow we might go cover Kerbal Space Program. All right. So I think that was the ship that I couldn't destroy. I'm not positive though. Could be any of these. Yeah, let's go ahead and engage this one that's kind of out away from the pack. Oh, nice. We have additional allies showing up. And I'm not sure if they do as well. I don't want to do a full volley until one of them actually engages us, though. Let's go ahead and distribute our power back over to shields. Okay, cool. We can damage this one. You gonna block my missiles?
We will destroy you, traitors! No one turns their back on the Interstellar Republic!
Yeah. Get him.
Flynn sold you out, you fools! You have no right to be called captains!
If you had some proof or something, I mean, I'm a fairly pragmatic guy, but all I know is that we were told to wait so that we could attack in force. She disregarded those orders, launched the attack, and then we went in, you know, totally undermanned, underpowered. So until they actually offer some evidence to support their claim, I'm still gonna back our current admiral. Alright, who the fuck are you? Hey, dead guy. Quit shooting me. Look at all these allies out here. Shoot them.
Admiral, Flynn's here.
Don't let them hand Banner over to him.
Protect the captain's ship. We must secure his escape from battle. Captain, head immediately toward us. We must get John out of here.
Damn it. Oh, okay. So I'm supposed to go and get up next to that huge ship right above us. And then what? Finish that one off. Let's see if we can get the Explorer here too. Hopefully without killing our own admiral. 'Cause that'd be a bad day. Oh shit. I didn't notice that was a hostile. That's the battleship that I want to upgrade us to. The one that we're fighting right now. It's somewhat clear. There's still one, like, right next to us. Let's see what we gotta do. Go to Mason's ship in the Hedron Gygax sector to meet her. Okay, that's what we're doing right now. Weaving through the gunfire. You get close enough to the Admiral's ship. Instantly, you see Flynn addressing you through your personal communicator. Captain, we must get Dr. Banner out of here. Your ship doesn't have enough power. We must get him aboard the Arcadia. I hate the seed of doubt. Now that we've had that conversation with that other gal, it does seem a little fishy that he's not just, like, escorting us. That he's insisting that we give him, the doctor. Just like she said that he would. Ugh. No, I'm totally the same way, White. Usually I learn about early access games either through Keymailer or through the developer contacting me to cover a game. But I do filter them out. I've just been burned too many times in the past. And Deb keeps an eye on good-looking early access titles, too. What I would suggest for this one, these guys have been pretty smart about how they did it. Download the demo. The demo has at least an hour and a half of gameplay, and if you decide that you want to purchase the game, you don't lose any of your progress. It'll pick right up into the main game. You can play the full prologue from start to finish on the demo. So that's where I would start. For the price of this game, I definitely think it's worth it. And the demo's free, so. And it's like basically the full game as far as the prologue goes. You just don't have access to the part that we're playing right now. Oh man. Admiral, it's impossible to proceed with the coupling. We'll open the boarding bridges. My men can cover us for a few seconds. You'll have to jump aboard with the doctor. That was fucking crazy. Even if you managed to put on your suits before being blown up, keeping the ships close enough to allow you to jump was unthinkable. It's crazy, sir. We can't. Listen to me, Violet. The man on board is the only one capable of repairing Genesis, our last ace up our sleeve, to rival the Children's fleet. If he is captured, Nartos will have killed the last hope of the Interstellar Republic. I know I'm asking you for the impossible, Captain, but we have no choice. Jane Scott has always trusted you, and I will do the same. Prove us right. The prologue is kind of the tutorial, and yes, it does run you through the basic controls, ship movement, opening up the map, initiating your travel drive. It'll give you a couple of like easy peasy combat situations to kind of get acquainted with the game. And the very first thing that you start out with is a pretty heated combat in a fairly damaged ship. So that's a great spot. If you feel like you need more practice, just restart the prologue and go through that first combat until you feel pretty confident in it, and then continue through the rest of the prologue. Alright, apparently we're going to try it. You get up running while you take Banner, pulling his arm. I'm not leaving here without Anna, Captain. You grab John by the front of his jacket and stop cold to look him in the eye. I swear on my own life that we'll get her out of here, Banner. But now I need you to keep a cool head. If you die, not only will your wife die, your friends, your neighbors, all the people you know in this universe will die. John remains silent for a few seconds, and his eyes begin to redden. Alright. Get ready. We won't get a second chance. You put on your suits and go down the gateway while you give the crew the last instructions. You must wait for the right moment. A couple of centimeters less would be the end. With great skill, you stabilize the ships while the battle continues. The pilots helped by the My systems approach little by little until leaving the gangways aligned in front of each other. On the other side, you can see Flynn on the bridge, who directs the operation from his suit's transmitter. It's time, Captain. Help Banner jump. You look at the bridge for a few seconds as the words of Kendra Mason pass through your head. How did the Children of the Sun know where to find the remains of the Genesis? Or we just jump? Ooh. Hello, Scarlet. How you doing? That fucking seed of doubt Because that is highly suspect. They didn't know where it was. We found it just randomly. We just happened upon it. We threw a transmitter in it. We reported it to the Admiral and no one else. And then all of a sudden they knew where it was. Do we question him? Or do we jump? What do you guys think? Option number 1 is to go ahead and jump. Option number 2 is to truly question his motives. I think you're absolutely right, Paula. I think this is where we pick a side. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Scarlet. I really hope that it picks up soon. It's a bummer. Not saying military people are tools by any means, but they find it very hard not to follow the order here. Oh, I know, right? Like, but we are split. And she does make a very compelling argument. What did she gain by attacking that ship early? With fewer forces than she could have potentially had later. That does make me think that she is right. That he had no true intention of actually making the attack. And that the delay, while I sided with him at the time, that the delay was intentional. Oh, I'm sorry, Scarlet. Pull up a chair, grab some snacks, hang the fuck out. I think I'm with you guys. I think we question it. How did the Children of the Sun know where to find the remains of the Genesis? Flynn is perplexed. Captain, it doesn't matter now. We have to get the doctor out of here. You never told me how you survived the battle at Tacet Stella. Also, an interesting point. The previous admiral was killed in that. Somehow this guy was not. The previous admiral, the commander of the flagship, and pretty much everyone else other than him died. Ooh. Gonna play some Warframes? Oh, nice. I gotta get a look at that one again. I've had a bunch of people ask me about it, but I've never tried it myself. I say we question him. I say we continue to question him. Captain, I order you to jump with the doctor immediately. Do you hear me? You're not so sure anymore. You look at your ship as you think of everything that has happened. We could either jump, or I think we'll take care of getting John Banner to safety. I think this is where we part ways with our previous employer. Yeah, I think that he's going to be safer on our ship where we know our intentions than he will be if we take him over there. It seems just so stupid that we would even take this risk with him when we're perfectly capable of getting out of this situation ourselves. Sorry, dude. Achievement unlocked, switching sides. Your sense of danger is triggered. Something didn't add up in all of this. You turn around while you pull John. Change of plans, Banner. We're going back to the ship. You barely advanced a few feet when a wave of pain shakes you to the ground. Your back burns and you turn to see Daryl Flynn, to see how Daryl Flynn just tried to kill you from behind. You're one of them. Captain Violet, you couldn't fulfill a simple order. No. You had to change, you had to mind my own business, just like Scott. Your face is even more ridiculous than the captain's when he saw Admiral Nartaz and I finishing off his stupid crew. He is a fucking traitor. Sons of bitches. Shut up. That idiot followed my orders to the last detail before the Stellar Summit, the most powerful ship in the Interstellar Republic, doing my errands while they finished Tacet Stella's headquarters. The only thing I regret is that she died without knowing it. Was all my doing. Okay, so he just referred to her as a him, I'm pretty sure, but dun dun dun. I said, shut up. A shower of lasers fall on Daryl Flynn's boarding bridge, forcing him back. It's the crew. Equipped with pressurized suits, some of them open fire as they head toward you. Sir, we must go back inside. The crew and Banner help you up and carry you back up to the ship. There's no time to treat wounds. You must make sure Daryl Flynn pays for everything he's done to you. That son of a bitch. All at your positions. Oh, it is so on.
It's another one of Mason's dogs.
I'm gonna be so pissed if I can't damage this, though. Oh, wow. That thing is so tanky. We did 20% damage with a full volley. I'm gonna try to move us behind him. But he is very nimble. And I'm keeping an eye on... Sorry, I didn't notice they were talking.
Don't believe what he's saying. He's just trying to confuse you.
Okay, so I'm going to try to keep an eye on how much damage we do. In a previous storyline ship, we were able to get it down to 30%, 30% hull, but we couldn't do any more than that. Oh my god, this thing is powerful.
I will personally execute anyone who turns against the Republic.
So Flynn's trying to get the rest of our previous allies to focus fire on us. I can't believe it just collided with that son of a bitch. My bad. Trying to stay behind him, though. I feel like he has fewer weapons that can hit us if we're roughly behind him, and I would like to concentrate on one portion of his ship when we're dealing damage. So we're slightly more nimble than he is.
This ends here, Flynn.
Don't blame your victory yet.
Got him down to 35.
I'll drag you down with me.
Can we do better than 30? Oh, 29? I think we can get the kill here. Thankfully, we're far enough away from the other guys that we're only having to deal with him. So if we can keep from his broadside, hopefully we can get through this without anybody else dying. Can't believe we lost so many crew. Just that one bad encounter, you know? Oh dear, no collisions. And I think that there's splash damage from explosions too, so I know that I don't want to be snuggling this guy when we do blow him up. Let's go ahead and do our final volley here. Got him.
Admiral, Flynn's ship is down.
Stay alert. There are still enemies around.
Damn Skippy there are. Fucking everywhere. Got him. GG. No F for any respect for that piece of shit, though. No, he really is a traitor. Like, he full-on admitted it. As soon as we called him out on it, we now know for absolute sure that he is a traitor. And that he was working with the Children of the Sun. I just hope that that we had some sort of a recording of it so that we can offer proof when we, you know, as we continue on. Because we're destroying our allies right now. These are the good guys that we're killing. And that sucks. We should be able to take both of these guys out, no problem. Oh dear. We were a little close on that one. Just a smidge closer than I would have liked. Yeah, those guys were no problem. And it doesn't look like they're getting any reinforcements, so this should be the last guy that we have to destroy. I guess Twitter doesn't work in space? Yeah, wouldn't that be convenient? Oh, nice.
Captain, are you okay?
Some of those captains had been instructed with me.
We don't have time to mourn the dead, Captain. Head for our ship immediately. I think we have much to discuss.
How the plot turns, right? Let's see. I want to loot all these. And can we go... Shit, I still can't access our sick bay. That was a lot of fighting. I like it. Grabbing what I can here. We're rich. We're filthy, filthy rich. These last two, and then we're going to head over and dock up. Go talk to Mason. I definitely wavered there. I don't know. I almost stuck it out and went with Flynn. But I'm glad that we called him out on it. If he hadn't asked us to do something so ridiculous, I really wouldn't have questioned it without any actual evidence. But getting a confession is much better. So I'm happy. Oh, and we're upside down. Relative to our target, anyway. I know, right? I'm very interested to find out if we had gone the other way, would we have also made the right decision? Because it's hard to say, isn't it? You go onto the bridge with your head low and meet Mason. The anger had gradually turned to guilt. Perhaps if you had listened to what Mason had to say at the time, you would not have come to such a situation. The battle was over, the victory was yours. Yet so many lives of companions and friends had ended that day, all following an honorless man. Fool, we told you it would happen. Half the fleet has perished to protect you. Not up for this nonsense, for your nonsense, Bradley. I hate that guy. Bradley gets madder and you get ready for his response when Kendra talks. That's enough, Bradley. But Admiral, this man, no, lady, this lady, I said that's enough. You guys have a good share of the blame. Or I should have believed you from the beginning. No, fuck that. You have a good share of the blame. Offer evidence. You know, like, secure evidence before you go and make accusations. Like, don't just ask us to trust you, especially when you've been painted a traitor. You know what I mean? Uh-oh. Reduces luck by 1 level. Fuck. I guess I should have trusted them from the beginning. None of this would have happened if you hadn't tried to capture us. That was the other thing. You fucking kidnapped the dude's wife. Like, why would I ever side with you presented with that situation? You're a kidnapper. Like, you're forcing our hand. Why would... That's not proof. Like, that's not how you make friends, bro. We should have finished you when we had the chance. None of this would have happened. And we addressed Bradley once more. You tried, remember? Maybe you and your men should go back to the training camp before you try to kill your own teammates. That was the other thing. Everything that we've been presented with from Bradley, not from Mason, but from, like, her lieutenant or whatever, her #1 guy that she kept sending out for us, was nothing but threats, coercion, kidnapping. Like, you know, they didn't really wrap it up and put a bow on it for us. That doesn't matter anymore. We have Banner, and with Flynn out of the game, I'm sure Nartoz will have to rethink his strategy. Admiral, our fleet is almost destroyed. We can't face the Children of the Sun with what we have. I know, Bradley. That's why we must take advantage of the little time we have until Nartoz is recovered. What can we do? The first thing to do is secure the headquarters. We can't win this battle without them. There are still captains who trust Flynn. We must make them realize the truth and let them know the Interstellar Republic is one again, as it always has been. Captain, you will escort Banner and his wife to the barracks. We'll meet you there. If Nartoz keeps looking for John, it's much safer for him to travel with you. Alright, I'll do it. Admiral, are you going to trust him after everything that's happened? He means her. Are you going to trust her? More than many, Bradley. If the captain has shown anything, it's that she is a loyal person as well as a talented soldier. As soon as he... see, and now it's going back and forth. As soon as she saw it with her own eyes, he decided to go on the right path. That honors you, Captain Violet. I should have listened to you from the beginning.
Set course coordinates to headquarters.
So our main mission has been updated.
Are we really going to do this? Are we going to attack the headquarters of the Republic?
Hello, Isley.
I fear so. Admiral Mason is right. We can no longer fight amongst ourselves. Let us hope they come to their senses and we do not have to use our weapons.
Why don't we take a deep breath before we make hasty decisions?
Yeah, totally true, White Fluid. Like, you basically have to have parallel text and voice, like, from the very beginning to not confuse gender throughout the entirety of it. My preferred way, what I like to see is theys and thems and, you know, non-gender specific flavor text throughout a game, because then you just don't have to worry about it. Although it does lead to some interesting sentences occasionally. Totally the way to go, but unfortunately little bit of problem. Isley, how are you liking the DLC? Did you get it? And what was the opening price point on it? I still, like, it wasn't up on Steam. So when we first started, we had like 45 minutes before it came out, and we haven't taken a look yet. Sickbay. Jesus. Totally right. Thank you. Ah, nobody leveled up. We have 2 vacancies now. Go ahead and get that guy in. Yeah, I totally forgot. And we didn't get any additional material that we can look over. Doesn't even look like we got any additional modules either. Now, there is a mission that we can do to get Barry Collins to join our crew. We could just hire on crew. We have 1 crewman who's been kidnapped that we could try and go and get. We do have a couple of options on replacing those 2 lost crew members. So we have to go to Mammy for a delivery as well as the enemies at the gates. And that's all the way over here. If we go over to Chaga first... Recruits and repairs. If we go to Tagila on the way, we can grab blueprints potentially. Oh, we have a box? Wait, what? Oh, you mean the one in our inventory? Oh, nice. The new DLC's coming out at about 15 bucks. Cheap at twice the price, I'm sure. Or did you mean this? This is one of our shipments that we have. Yeah, exactly. Stuff like you or addressing them by their rank are definitely viable alternatives. That was it? Yeah, that's the one that we need to deliver over to Mammy, whatever, which is where we're gonna go. Let's go over to Chaga first. We have a crewman who's been kidnapped, and we were given a note indicating that if we wanted to see them alive again, we needed to head over here. Oh, GG, Jaso. Gotcha, an Apex chicken. Nice. I gotta watch more Apex. I have only seen a very, very little of it. Do we even bother to go out of our way here? Let's go straight for him, and then we'll stop at the station on the way out and see what it has to offer. We could actually look from here, though. If we just mouse over, we know that we can get recruits and repairs there, and that's it. Yeah, let's just go for the gold here. Hopefully he's still alive. We did a hell of a lot of stuff before we made our way back over here to rescue him. Oh, you're fucking right. And I've already missed my opportunity. I'll have to do it after we get off of this planet. Because the game does kind of play in phases. And as soon as I left that area, unless we get intercepted or something interrupts us, I can't go into my, I can't really do anything about the jump. I don't think I can stop it or anything. Ooh, this is a totally different planet. So there's the hangar. Faster paced battle royale with units and skills. Nice. So that's where the kidnappers are. That's our exit. Is there anything else on this planet that we want to check out before we go and do those things? Like a shipyard would be awesome. I love the look of the planets. Nope. So the kidnappers of one of your crew members has demanded that you should meet them at an address on the in the Equinian suburb. We're gonna go for it. The Fold, a horrible, ironic nickname for that city, if you could even call it a city. The largest refugee camp in the universe, to which The few living Equinians had been sent after the war with the children. The Equinians had been one of the 6 founding guilds of the Children of the Sun, attempting to unite all the neighboring planets of the territory under a single insignia. Over the years, the power disputes were dividing positions and generating hostility until finally the Equinians tried to take control, which turned out to be a terrible mistake. More than a war, it was genocide. It didn't take long for the Children of the Sun to hunt down the surviving Equinians and sell them as slaves throughout the universe for tens of years. It was not until their defeat at the hands of the Interstellar Republic that the children were forced to abolish slavery, forcing them not only to free all the captive men, but also should be responsible for the construction of the city of refuge, where they would allocate the former slaves. The rest is history. Let's go to the meeting. Let's go to the meeting point with the kidnappers, or whatever the fuck that is. Algandía los Hijos del Sol pagaron por sus crímenes. What? Mr. Jack, 13 months. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. How are you doing, sir? Devs ought to hire you as an editor or writer. Hit him up on Discord, man. That's what I did with Astrox, because there were a lot of things that were bothering me a little bit. So I went through all the text files for the game and submitted corrections. Doing good. Good to hear. Good to hear. We were just talking about doing potentially a board game night with the Happy Campers crew with Tabletopia, and I was going to see if you wanted to maybe play some Binding of Isaac. Use the phone to translate it? Is it translatable? Let's go to the meeting point with the kidnappers. I feel like we're hitting at number 1 for English here. You advance to the address where you've been summoned. The city had gone out of control. After years of complete government indifference, the city had become a cauldron of criminality too big to stop. The security forces were practically non-existent, and the few that remained were bought by the mafias that now controlled the city. In some streets you can see piles of 4 or 5 bodies in broad daylight. Some of them are in an advanced state of decomposition. The vapors from the garbage that accumulates in the streets climbed up between the houses, piled one atop the other, like large mechanical blocks. With some difficulty you arrive at the street marked on the note. You don't have to look very hard. As soon as you make a brief examination, you see one of the apartments with a symbol of the bleeding eye. It was the assholes that kidnapped our crew. Oh, sweet. Okay, so if we hammer out like a day and a time, then I'll get a hold of you on Discord and I'll let you know. And I need to get a link to their Discord up in ours too, because now we're on the Happy Campers stream team. And they're doing pretty good. I'm excited for the next PUBG tournament for sure. They've got PUBG, they've got Apex, Hearthstone, Fortnite, and I don't really watch a whole lot of Apex or Fortnite. I know that I'm not very interested in Fortnite. I need to watch more Apex and get a clearer idea on it, because it seems like a lot of the people that I know really enjoy Apex. I just haven't really watched it. Alright, so we have to go in, or crew, draw your weapons. We don't know what we can find around here. What do you guys think? Do we just go in? Or do we go in with our weapons drawn? I don't think that they have PoE. Pull the weapons out and head in. What do the rest of you guys think? Guns blazing? Alright, let's do this. You approach the door and discover that it's open. Carefully you open it and check the room. It's completely empty. On one of the tables you find a note that's addressed to you. Greetings, Captain. I think we have something of your interest. We should have a nice chat in our tavern. I look forward to seeing you in the slaughterhouse. Show the glass eye to the waiter. The password is the wolf's hide in the fold. A warm greeting from our friend. Damn it, they're not here. Son of a bitch. So, is that a different part of the planet? I won't get any additional information until we leave. Let's go back into the fold and see if we can find it there. Yes, okay, we just needed to find the bar. Speak softly and carry a big stick. Definitely a good option. The bar was not much better than that bar was not much better than the outside. When you pass through the door, the smell of urine hits you, while the customers whisper. The light is dim, so much that it's hard to tell the people that are further away than the huge bar, where a man with a scar on his face and long hair rubs one of his glasses. Because of the condition of cloth he's using, it's hard for you to believe that it's more hygienic than not washing it at all. A couple of men yell drunkenly at the bar, and they don't take long to warm up, ending up with the higher of the two men punching the other one. The man, as if nothing had happened, finishes whatever it was he was drinking and spits it on his partner, who is still on the ground before he leaves the tavern. Oh my. Yeah, we could nuke it from orbit. I suppose that is an option. Approach the waiter or sit on a table to observe. Well, let's take a seat. It was clear that something suspicious was happening there. It wasn't the first time you entered a place like this. With everything you've seen, watching a couple of drunks fighting or vomiting over each other wasn't anywhere near anything that impressed you. If there was something that bothered you, it was the obvious contrast of that place with the rest of the city. In all your stay at the Fold, you had barely seen 2 open places. How could you survive in the midst of all that misery and in a place like that? 2 men get up from their table and head toward the bar. The waiter seems to tell them something and opens the bar. Just a few seconds later, they disappear into the back corridor. Okay, let's go talk to the waiter. Oh, nice. So Infernal Robotics is still compatible with the mechanical stuff that they added. I figured it would still be viable, like it would still be around. The 3 of note that I saw that were supposed to be included in this DLC were, don't we have like integrated inventories now? Because Surface Experiment Pack has been reimagined and added into the DLC. So that's 2 of them right there. Surface Experiment Pack as well as Kerbal Inventory, our KIS Kerbal Inventory System. And then somebody was saying that Engineer is not going to be as necessary anymore because you get your... now you can get more information on just the, the flight screen instead of having to go to the map for your AP and PE, stuff like that. And you get your Delta V readings. I did see the Delta V readings. I didn't see a way for me to display my apoapsis and periapsis without a mod. So that's 3. Oh, and then the robots, that's 4. Or, mechanical arms. What else did we get in there? That's 4 of them that are all really good ones that they've gone kind of their own way with. And I'm sure that the others will still be viable to have on top of what they've added to the stock game, but I'm curious if they've, completely done away with one of them. They do work different from the mods. Someone from Squad said they need to make it all over again for license reasons. Yes. Yeah, that totally makes sense. And if they're not going to hire on the guys that made the mods and they want to integrate it into their stuff, then, they should do it their own way. Shouldn't just go and rip people off. That would definitely be to the detriment of the modding community, wouldn't it? It seems like you can only use 1 ship at a time. I could be wrong. I know that you have a hangar, so I don't know. There are 3 that you can pick from the beginning, but are there others out there that you can find or salvage? So you do salvage equipment from wrecks. You get building components. You get weaponry and armor that you can use in ground combat, and you get blueprints and modules from the wrecks. But as far as your ships go, I think that your crew and your captain are all confined to 1, and I don't think that you get wingmen other than randoms that kind of join depending on the mission or the part of the storyline that you're in. Kerbal Engineer is still better than what the game gives you. Okay. Oh yeah, Precise Maneuver. That was the 3rd one. So I tried some missions the other day, and I want Kerbal Alarm Clock back, I want Kerbal Engineer, and I want Precise Maneuver, for sure. At least. Oh, okay, yeah, as far as variety goes, we know of at least 5 different ships right now. There's like a Discover, there's a Transporter, there's the one that we chose, which is a Class C cruiser. We know of a battleship that we can purchase, and maybe it's just the 4. The battleship is the only upgrade. The rest of them seem kind of like side grades, like you trade off your tankiness for more maneuverability, or you trade off your weaponry to be more tanky. So we kind of went the middle ground. We went with the cruiser. SSTU still works as well. So the version number stayed at 1.7 then, right? I don't understand either, Navroom. It would be kind of neat if you could get a wing going and keep all of your other ships, you know, with crew that would follow you around. But I can kind of also see why they wouldn't, because then you have balancing issues where, you know, if somebody decided not to do that, how do you balance that in? Like you would kind of have, as your difficulty arcs, you would almost force people into a situation where they would have to get multiple ships, wouldn't you? Yeah, I would like to see more ships too, and I'm sure that there's more out there. I'll show you the map in a minute. So the waiter looks at you from head to toe surprised. Slowly he puts the glass on the bar and crosses his arms with a threatening aspect. What do you want? You can tell that the background noise is dramatically decreased in volume. The wolves hide in the fold and give him the crystal eye, or we just wanted something to drink. Yeah, let's just give him the crystal eye. The man laughs, relieved. Damn it, for a second I thought, I was actually scared. I thought that, whatever, come in guys. He approaches the gate of the bar and gives you his authorization to go in. Go on, they're waiting for you. Go in and follow the corridor. The corridor goes towards some long stairs. You go down in spite of the lack of light and exit a door custodied by 2 guards who open it up. You go into the room where a man is sitting on the desk. Wow, oh my. Who do we have here? The man walks up around you while he plods once or twice in a sarcastic way. If it isn't Ripley Violet, blessed are my eyes. Alive and without a scratch after our attempts to end your life. Where is my crew member? Says Sheep. So Sheep says, keep calm, Captain. We haven't even introduced ourselves. You can call me Sheep. Everyone does. Maybe you should sit down before hearing this. I'm sorry to give you the news, but he's dead. Don't worry, those who killed him have had their punishment. The orders were exclusively to kill you. Creative licenses aren't allowed when doing one of our jobs, and it gets even worse when it involves collateral damage. Might seem weird, but we have a code. The man deeply inspires to relax and throws on the table 2 glasses. Oh, sorry, 2 glass eyes stained with blood. They didn't pay us a special amount of credit for your head, you know, but that doesn't matter. I would have done it completely for free. However, here you are, in the office of the leader of the most dangerous mercenary organization in the universe. So we have 2 options. If you're telling me this, that means you guys are not as efficient as you believe you are, or you're nothing more than a group of murderers. That is unfortunate. We were kind of already told that he had died, but then we were told in a note that if we ever wanted to see him again, we needed to come here. So, just a trap. I agree. I think option number 1. DLCs to this game, I don't think that they have anything, like, they haven't mentioned anything that I've noticed in the Discord yet. The game just entered early access. Right now they're working mostly on stabilization, bug fixes. It's just now been exposed to quite a few people. Last I heard they were at like number 6 or number 7 on the current or concurrent players on Steam. So they're going to take care of the basics first, and then I would imagine it depends a lot on how that goes before they'll really start to talk about. I haven't even heard whether mods will really be a thing for this, so I don't really know. I can't say. I think option number 1. If you're telling me this, that means you guys are not as efficient as you believe you are. Sheep laughs out loud. You're brave. There's no doubt about that. But let me tell you something. Everyone who's out there, each and every one of those fucking imbeciles who are getting wasted, boasting to be part of the red tier, are just sheep. Ironic, right? The imbeciles look at the trees without seeing the forest. Do you know what I mean, Captain? No, I have no idea what the hell he's talking about. From one of the compartments of his desk, he takes out a bottle with 2 glasses and begins to fill them. In my opinion, you're the same type of scum, or enlighten me. Enlighten me. You see, even if you don't want to believe it, I consider myself a very supportive person. Really, I suffer with the discomfort of my people. Every day that passes, every hour, every minute that we keep being here, locked up in this immense bag of shit they call the Fold, consumes me. Seeing how the people die of hunger in the streets, children are sold by their own parents, women marketed as cattle, do you think that's life? Alright then, so making profit with crime is your act of charity, or option 2, what was done to your people was a terrible crime. Yeah, I agree. I mean, kind of. You know, you did start a war, and then you lost the war, so, you know, finding yourself in a shitty situation after that, you can only really blame them so much. I think 2, what was done to your people was a terrible crime. I came to the city when I was only a child, and as I grew up, I saw the pride of my people evaporate. I dreamed of the day when the Republic would win the war, and finally we would be liberated. Seeing how you signed the peace treaty, knowing what they were doing with us, was the straw that broke the camel's back. I promised myself that I would get my people out of here, and 20 years later, here I am, surrounded by inept people who would kill their mothers for a couple of injectors, and talking to one of the captains of those who preferred to stay in power than help our people. Oh, then help your people. The world is rotten, Captain, and someone has to clean it. Children of the Sun, the Republic, the Golden Hand, whatever its alignment. The red tier doesn't discriminate. The world has lost its values, and as long as that goes on, we're lost. The children advance through the universe, and the Republic is more concerned with maintaining what little remains of its power than with helping those who are suffering it. Someone must fight for the people, and those people are us. Enough small talk. What is it you want from me? We're in the same boat, Captain. With the war between the Republic and the children, it seems that we found a common enemy. You could have been able to elude my men and reach me in person. I want you to be part of the organization. I assure you they will not have to end any lives that don't deserve it. All the orders go through me to be approved. What? So now he's trying to recruit us? First he was trying to assassinate us, like personally, like our captain. Accidentally got one of our crew members, told us they were still alive when he knew that they were dead. Or at least, I don't know, I guess they could have died, you know, while they were holding them, or while they were supposed to be transporting them. And now he's trying to get us to join him. Okay, I'll join, but it's up to me to accept the contracts you offer me, or I will never be part of such an organization. Ooh, what do we think, guys? Do we take him up on it? Do we try to right the wrongs that have occurred here? Try to help these people that are left to flounder on this planet? Or do we tell them fuck off? We got 1 vote for joining up. One does sound like a few additional quests, and I kind of like that too. Alright, we'll join. The man fills both glasses and offers you one with a smile from ear to ear. Splendid, Captain. With you in our ranks, our goal is closer than ever. The Republic will redeem itself from its old crimes, and we will restore peace in the universe. Cheers. And we got an achievement for that too, the red tier. I don't know why I keep wanting to pronounce it red tear. I can't read good. Alright, so nothing left to do here. There is a hangar, but we only have the 1 ship, so it won't do us any good. Let's make sure that we check our sickbay. Time for us to leave the planet. Finally getting that 1 last dude healed up. Well, that sucks. We came here to get one of our previous crew members back. We're kind of back to where we started. 2 specialists, 2 engineers, and 2 scientists. We've come pretty well full circle with the number of people that work for us right now. I know. Sick bay every time. I just always forget. Normal quality, high quality. Superior and high quality. Why did I not swap that out? I haven't been paying enough attention to our loot. This is still just a light guided missile launcher, but this one only had one upgrade, and this one's fully upgraded. And it's they're both of high quality. The rest of these turrets, I don't think we're going to use. Let's see if we can research anything. Nope. Nothing to reverse engineer or try to get a blueprint out of at the moment. We do have two fully upgraded, but only normal quality, interceptor lasers. I haven't upgraded our flat guns at all because they're just normal and high quality. Base stats wise though, they don't have as much range, but they are better. I am a little tempted to give them a shot and try them out. Although the flat guns, they have been doing okay. Alright, I think we're on track here. Let's go ahead and throw that up there so that we can kind of see what our new stuff is. We only have 4 slots open, but I think we're going to be alright. I don't think we need to worry about scrapping or selling anything quite yet. Uh-oh. Something happening in engineering. After receiving a summons via the loudspeaker, you quickly head to engineering. The chief engineer is already waiting for you. Bad news, Captain. We have a terrible system breakdown in the engines that will permanently reduce its power unless we resolve it now. Also, we don't have the needed parts to fix it. Our only option is using part of the ship's fuselage to repair the engines, but this option will weaken the ship's hull until we repair it in a station. So we've had this before, and hopefully it'll go okay. We're going to go ahead and repair the engines, and then we're going to head straight for the station for repairs. Wait a minute. We didn't actually take damage that time. Did I just choose the wrong fucking option? Uh-oh. We'll see if that guy's done healing when we get there, too. I might have just clicked on the wrong freaking thing. Either way, I'm hoping that we can repair the engines when we get there. I'm not sure, though. Okay, we've been intercepted on the way. That's kind of worst case scenario.
Activate the shields. Let's finish them off.
They're right behind us. Ooh, shit. So I'm moving hard left to try and avoid their fire, and it seems to be working out pretty damn good. They nicked our shields just a little bit. Easy peasy. Suck it, punk. Okay, and these are friendly missiles that are over here, so shouldn't have to worry about them. Hello? Is there another target? Uh-oh. Something broke. Strange. We should be able to loot them, but for some reason it's not letting us. And I also can't go into my inventory, which normally after a combat we would be able to do. Odd. Well, we can travel, so I guess we'll just move away. Kind of a bummer. Nobody left to fight. We were robbed.
Tower, we request permission to dock.
Station control tower here. Dock at the assigned bay. Over.
Alright, so we'll stop in here. We'll see if we can repair. Hopefully I didn't just permanently nerf my engines, though. Oh yeah, you've already got 6 hours in? I like it too. I guess I can say that it's getting a little repetitive, but the storyline is what's keeping me going, really. Ooh, okay. I was a little close. There we go. I'm loving the storyline and the random encounters. As far as combat goes, we've just been handing out so many asses that I'm not even nervous when we get into a fight anymore. Which is okay. It's not their fault. We don't have to use nothing but overpowered missiles if we don't want to. We got lasers, we got hacking drones, normal quality, but it's level 2, light missile launcher. I don't think we need any of those. Oh man, we have enough credits that we could purchase an additional ship without even selling any of these. Now that we have a store though, let's go and clear out some of our inventory. So anything that's gonna bring us in about 500 credits, I think we sell. And that one's just a little under. Whoa, why did we get full value for that? Previously, when I was selling things, we got half value. Yes, I loved FTL. Nice, we're getting full value for all of our stuff. I don't see any reason that we wouldn't sell all of it then. We're rich. Filthy, stinking, flippin' rich. Oh yeah, let's also grab that guy before I forget. Okay, nobody else needs any healings. Man, we were scraping to get up to 20,000. We might be at about 30,000 if they're gonna pay us this well. And I think that was somewhere around 8 grand worth of shit. And they can have it all. I don't suppose you guys want some drugs. Nope, nobody wants drugs. I don't have any prisoners. I do have refugees. I'm not sure what the hell we do with them. I don't have a mission or like a task thing that's indicating what I do with them. Enemies at the gates and a delivery contract. But nothing having to do with our refugees. I guess they live here now. Let's go ahead and get repairs. Uh-oh. Oh no. I don't know what the hell I did, but I may have broke the game. And we could also... Do we want to hire guys? We do have 2 vacancies. Yeah, very good idea. Let's try saving a reload. It's amazing how frequently that fixes all ailments. Give it a quick shot. Other than, like, slight misspellings, I think this is the first bug that we've run into, though, isn't it? Pretty sure. Interesting. Okay, so we still got our money, still have 2 vacancies. We didn't lose any progress, just interesting that we're not at the station anymore. I guess when you save and exit the game... Oh yeah, because we were on the planet yesterday when we saved and exited the game. And then when we loaded up this morning, we were out in space, so I was a little bit confused. So I do want to dock back up again, so that we can see if... see if we can repair our engines, because as far as I'm aware, they're still nerfed. We didn't take the hull damage that we were supposed to take. We were essentially supposed to scrap part of our hull to repair our engines. But for some reason, it didn't work.
Control tower, we request permission to dock.
Station control tower here. Dock at the assigned bay.
That'd be funny if they said no. Like, nah. Get out of here. So what do you guys think about the storyline part of it too? Because it does kind of make it a little bit more linear. So like in X4, you kind of have the option of doing whatever the fuck you want. Be a freighter, be a pirate, be a military person if you want to. Not really something that we have going on here, though, right? So do you think that that's going to limit the game at all? And I wonder if that would be a potential future DLC, too. The ability to kind of choose what exactly you wanted to do. Yeah, I like the story. And I'm very curious when we replay it, if we make different decisions, you know, are we being guided on a leash right now? Or is it totally up to us how this unfolds and how much of the story will change as our decisions change? Well, shit. No joy. Can't do anything with it. Oh well. Unfortunately, there's no hangar, or sorry, there is a hangar. There's no shipyard here. Should we go, before we continue on, and upgrade our ship? Kind of miss having the story elements of X. Yeah, weren't they great? I'm really hoping that that new DLC for X4 comes out soon. I would imagine that they started working on it before they released the game, but it's hard to say, and it is kind of a shitty thing to accuse a company of, if you kind of think about it, like that day one DLC stuff. Nobody really likes that. Pre-ordering a game where they've taken some of that money that they made during pre-order and devoted it to getting more of your money later on, rather than finishing the project and giving you what you paid for. That kind of a thing. But the way that they didn't have the boron or the split in the game yet does kind of make me think that maybe that's what's going on there. So we get blueprints, contracts, we have an arcade and repairs there. I don't see a shipyard. There's a shipyard way the fuck over there. Oh, there's a shipyard in Mommy. Okay. Let's just continue on then. Over to Mommy. Oh yeah, I should have hired some guys on, shouldn't I? Shit.
Can't we talk about this over a relaxing cup of tea?
The hell am I? Use the trip as an opportunity to get off the bridge to meet the prisoners rescued in Zia. Since he had left the city, you'd hardly had any contact with them because of the seriousness of the situation. On the way, you find Huggins talking to some of them and ask him to come with you. We're going to go talk to the prisoners. You call the group that comes to the room while they ask questions at a frantic pace. Having kept them uninformed for so long, it generated serious doubts in them. You break the continuous whispers and start talking. We're going to the headquarters of the Interstellar Republic. I warn you that the situation is critical. We still don't know what we'll find as soon as we arrive. You will wait until we secure the area, while I and the crew take care of the situation. Mr. Huggins will stay with you in the meantime to ensure your welfare. As soon as you finish talking, the group starts getting agitated. Any questions? We're fed up with the risk, Captain. We joined you at the plant because we thought you were coming to free us. Since then, since we've been on the ship, we've done nothing but risk our lives for a cause that doesn't concern us while we're confined in the cabins. At least when we were prisoners on Zia, we weren't being shot at every 3 minutes. I know you're worried, but we don't have a better solution, or there will be no safer place than the headquarters. Well, that's, I don't know, debatable. We don't really know what we're going into right now. Honestly, we just don't have a better solution right now. You understood perfectly the discontent of these men, but they had to understand the situation as it was. You answer, I know that you're tired and you're afraid. It is normal. I am really sorry to have dragged you into this until we get to the headquarters, but I assure you it is the safest place in the universe. As soon as we get there, we'll set up some barracks where you can live for some time. When all this is finally over, you'll be completely free to leave the barracks and go wherever you please. Now you're fugitives, and they won't stop until they finally hunt you down. Hayes speaks again with the support of some of the rescued prisoners. It seems that his opinion was generalized in the group. No way, I would rather die free than in a cabin waiting to not be hit by a laser. waiting not to be hit by a laser yet. We've spoken among ourselves, and we believe the best thing to do is that we abandon the ship on the way to the headquarters. We won't follow you to battle ever again. You prepare to respond to him when one of the men leaves the group in the direction of Christian. Without a word, he comes to him and punches him in the face. Observe what happens is our only option. Are they going to try to take the ship? Shut up! Patrick Jackson says, "You're nothing but a bunch of ungrateful people. If it weren't for the captain, you'd still be in Zia helping the children assemble rifles. Don't you have even a bit of honor? That man is fighting for all of you. He's risking his life so that no one else has to go through what we've been through. And you want to run. Tell me, Christian, where exactly do you want to go? The whole universe is plagued by Nartos' troops. Will you defend the rest of the group?" Now we intervene. "As I said, as soon as we get to headquarters, you will be free to do as you please. Until that moment, none of you will leave this ship. We are risking something much more important than our lives in this." After what happened, no one replies. You leave the room, looking back at the last moment as the group argues. Your gaze meets the glance of young Patrick, who nods farewell. Okay, alright, so now we know what we're doing with the prisoners, at least. Well, not prisoners, with the refugees. Ooh, this is our first purple thingy thing.
Ship full of credits and weaponry in a direction that's totally opposite from the headquarters.
Hi, let it go already. We know you don't have a dissuasion protocol.
Activating hibernation protocol.
So Maya's trying to convince us not to do what we're about to do. And her latest attempt was, we want to go and see what's at the shipyard here. Her latest attempt was telling us that there was a ship full of credits and goodies in the opposite direction of where we're heading for this mission. AI is so adorables. Till Skynet. So I want to see if they have a battleship here. If they don't, then that's fine, but it's the closest shipyard that's not like completely the other way.
We request permission to dock.
Station control tower here. Dock at the assigned bay. Over.
Sweet. So I just want to check it first. I'd half expected for it to be hostile. No, wait, it should be fine here. For some reason I was thinking that we were going to the, the hell are they called? Children of the Sun system, but this is, the Republic's, like, main system, I guess. Oh, I think, is this also where we deliver our cargo? Oh, I'm going the wrong way. I thought that our dock was over to the side. There we go. When promising games get abandoned before they're finished? Oh, for sure. Like towns and... Well, okay, so I get them confused all the time. There's Towns No Moria, and there was another one that was a city builder that was similar to those, and two of them were abandoned, but one of them's still going, and I can never remember which one they're still kind of half-assed working on. What about Cube World? Remember that one? I was pissed about that one. I wanted my fucking money back. That really torqued me off. Ooh, a damage absorber. Cooldown of 33 seconds, duration of 15 seconds. Does that make us invulnerable, or... Like, I don't have any more information outside of duration and cooldown, but I've never had a damage absorber before. They have a shotgun available, another Flak Mark I high quality, so that is a potential upgrade. And both of the missile launchers are light, but they are high quality. I can't repair. I think we need to go and take some damage. What do you guys think? Should we hire on replacement crew? Another scientist and engineer, probably. Because we are down by 2. This guy eventually is supposed to join our crew, but we had a vague description of a mission that we haven't completed yet. We're supposed to attack some sort of drug lord. What do we got available here? Level 1 engineer and scientist. Level 2 if we go with specialist. What are you already set up for? Scrapping? And medicine? Yeah, I think I'm okay with it. Let's get both the scientist and the engineer. Because if all of his upgrade points were in something totally silly, like crafting, I wouldn't really want one that respect for crafting. We've already got one. System upgrades would have been slightly better, but at least we've diversified our portfolio here. Yeah, and another scientist that's working on medicine is a good deal. But we did lose our scientist that was working on investigation. Oh no, he was set up for shields, my bad. So I might leave off medicine and have this guy go for shields. It's just a little bit more resistance and a little bit more regeneration. But I think it's worth it. Oh, and did we get... Nope, no upgrade points on our captain. Holy shit, look at all the traits we have now. Nice. Alright, so nobody needs the sickbay. I don't think we're going to engineer anything quite yet. We could make two more missile launchers. I think we're good to continue on. I am a little bit curious about this though. So it's not leveled up at all, but it is superior quality. And is a damage absorber going to be worth it? You know what? We have enough money. Let's try it. Let's go ahead and pay for it. So this thing adds an additional 299 to our shields, and I'm not sure what our shield maximum actually is, unfortunately. I don't see that information anywhere. Yeah, even in here, it's just telling me what the module does, but not really telling me what our total is. Yeah, if I mouse over that, nothing. No, I don't see any way to do it. Recycles energy absorbed by incoming enemy fire into shield charge. Oh, really? I think that might be worth doing. And then if we were to want to upgrade it, it's actually fairly inexpensive. But we don't have a whole hell of a lot of protonite anymore. Not at the moment, anyway. So I think if I were going to upgrade something, I would rather focus on like this, these two superior guided missile launchers. Unfortunately, they are outrageously expensive, so I'm not going to go for it now. Let's give it a shot. I don't know how much 299 shield actually is, but... So the shipyard must be on the planet. We're going to head there next. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. And the delivery takes place on the planet, too. I thought that I had left without making our delivery. We're fine. It's all happening on the planet. And then I'm curious how this damage thing is going to work out, because typically when we go in for repairs, it says that the repairs will cost 0. But after I chose the option to fix the engines, it's supposed to cost -599, which makes absolutely no sense.
You've got a lot of courage to show up here after what you've done.
We didn't come here to fight, Commander. All we want to do is talk.
Why don't we talk about how you stole part of the fleet of the Interstellar Republic? Or better yet, why don't we talk about how the captain who's with you betrayed Admiral Flynn and his men?
Admiral Flynn was under the command of Nartos. I acted according to what would be expected of a soldier of the Republic.
Well, it doesn't look like they're opening fire. Oh, here we go. Tension continues to grow between the two sides. That was a particularly tricky situation. Both sides weren't really looking for an armed conflict, but they were unable to give in. Admiral Kenda Mason had been right about Flynn. She had warned you several times and had even protected you in a battle when you almost let them capture Banner. If there was one thing you would learn from her, it was that she was not the kind of person to enjoy violence, even if she was exceptionally good in violent situations. This could turn into one of those times where there is no other way out. If you wanted to win the war, you had to have the headquarters and the support of the captains, even if you had to win it by force. Finish him off, and I finished him off, and I'd do it again. We get 2 dice. We have no choice. We gotta go for it. We have to get an 8 or higher on one of the 2. Eek. And we're fucked. So close, though. You're headed directly for the commander. Admiral Daryl Flynn leaked information to the children about the recovery of Genesis and the attack on Phoenix. At the slightest chance he got, he quickly shot me in the back like the dirty rat he was. To keep believing in that man is like kissing the children of the sun's ass. I know, right, Rip?
We won't deal with traitors like you. We'll avenge Admiral Flynn.
Think carefully about what you're doing, Commander. We don't want any unnecessary blood spilling.
You will not set foot in the headquarters.
Okay.
Captains, to arms.
Evasive action.
You've made the wrong choice, Commander. Take them out.
I activated the energy absorber, and we're just gonna hand out butts.
Enemy ships has been destroyed.
Yeah, cloaking's not gonna do you any good. Sorry, buddy. How did he get out there so fast? What the hell are you doing way out there? Oh wow, look at all the missiles that the flak cannon has taken out. That or they self-detonated because they run out of fuel, I'm not sure. Trying to use what he... Ooh, don't hit him! Okay, yeah, I'll just give him a little love tap. That'd be my bad.
Battle isn't over yet.
We'll go ahead and secure the landing, Admiral. See you on the ground.
Alright, I guess we're gonna have to take it by force. Really wish I hadn't fucked up that roll, but what are you gonna do? We're gonna move on in. You see that that river running all the way across? Oh, there's kind of like an X there. I wonder what that is. Looks like a river. Could be anything. Wow, we got 1,400 credits out of that? I didn't even notice. Alright, so we have a delivery to make. There's headquarters. Dangerously close to the place we're supposed to make our delivery. Let's see if I click the right thing. The Center for Research and Preservation of Species of 9680 have been for almost 100 years. What? Had been for almost a... Huh? Okay. Whatever. It was the most advanced facility for the study of biodiversity of the different systems that made up known space. It was the first time you had set foot here. No, it wasn't. This is the second time that we've been here. We came here after Steve attacked us. Little weird octopus thingy thing. Lies. From a distance, you are stopped by the gigantic barrier that blocks the facilities. You head toward the nearest access where you find a few armed guards guarding the entrance. Need to talk to the person in charge or must access the facility. We don't really need access. We could just drop the package off here. Guard asks you for our identification, and you give the pass, and give you the pass once their authenticity has been checked. Captain, we've informed the commander that you've arrived. We'll take you to the laboratories in one of our transport ships. The security system interferes with any navigation system external to our protocol. All right. We're just supposed to be making a delivery. You get on the transport and start it up. The facilities are huge. You've been flying over the area for a long time, and you couldn't even see the laboratory you were going to. From the heights, you can distinguish different perimeters and constructions distributed over the space. Across the surface, you see small defense ships and security agents from one side to the other making rounds. Some of the species studied in the center require complex systems to achieve similarity with maximum accuracy in their natural environment. A large percentage of the species in the research center are extremely exotic creatures with incalculable value within the black market. Okay. We've actually already read this before. The guard answered questions from the crew until the flight finally landed at the feet of a colossal building in the form of a dome. You enter the facilities, escorted by the security guard, who takes you through several floors of the interior while you look around with curiosity. Wherever you look, everything is full of creatures completely unknown to you. I'm going to just glance through this. Yeah, it's all the same. I guess, fuck it, we'll read it. After you walk a while, you arrive at a room with a few test tubes and other useful things. While you wait for whoever sends you there, you browse the different showcases with strange specimens. Looking at one of the terrariums, you are struck by a small animal with the appearance of a reptile. No, wait, it's changing. Some kind of jellyfish. No, it looks different from a while ago. What striking colors. Wait a minute. What were you doing there? So I think it started to look like us. I'm not sure. A voice takes you out of the trance. Stay away from the polymorphous captain. Quickly look away and feel a wave of devastating fatigue. Shouldn't look directly at them for a long time. Polymorphs use their particular property to change in a hypnotic way to those who observe them up close. Curious creature, isn't it? So are you the person in charge? You could say that, yes. I'm Dr. Margaret Rooms, a graduate in biochemistry. We know. We bring the cargo that you asked for. Great, we've been waiting on them for months. Our last sample of Supernella has had a disastrous ending. The investigation has been at a standstill ever since. Wow, did any tests go wrong? Not exactly. The specimen managed to parasitize? How do you say that word? Parasitize one of our researchers without us noticing and left the fucking facility. That's great. Vincent was an intelligent and educated person, but he had a serious problem with gambling. As soon as he arrived at his apartment, some men to whom he owed money took charge of collecting the debt. So they killed Vincent and his guest? Not at all. Once housed, the organism potentiates exponentially the capacities of its carrier. Man, that was a mouthful. That night, Vincent could break a steel bar with his own hands. Apparently, the brawl made him hungry, and he went home to eat peanut butter sandwich. Although we were not aware of it, it seems that the organism we were studying reacts violently to any trace of nuts. As soon as Vincent swallowed the first bite, they both exploded into the air like a firecracker. Great. So, everybody remember to wash your fucking hands before we leave this place. And after. Well, thank you very much, Captain. You've been a great help to us. If you visit again, don't hesitate to talk to me. Any help we get around here always comes in handy. Yeah, but you're just going to repeat the same shit. Okay, I will. Sure. Why wouldn't we? Now, there's the hangar. Where is the shipyard? What do we got in it? This one might even be better than the one we were looking at. Hull resistance is high. The Mercury Krypton is a superior class battleship. It's fast and has exceptional armor. Has a great many anchor points to equip offensive as well as defensive systems, and it's usually used by the most experienced captains for its versatility in combat. Oddly enough, though, it's $5,000 cheaper than the one that we were looking at. It has 4 defensive hardpoints and 6 offensive hardpoints. So another difference between the one that we were looking at and this one is the extra weapon hardpoint, because the other one was 3 and 5, and this one's 4 and 6. So definitely a step up. It's just odd that it's less expensive. What else do we have on hand here? They have an Explorer available. Yeah, we gain 1 defensive and 1 offensive hardpoint. And the Mercury Oxygen is 35,000 credits. One of the warships with the most firepower from the Mercury line, the Interstellar Republic admirals have been using them for decades due to their versatility and resistance. It has one of the best shield systems in the fleet, which, when coupled with its great armor, make it a very difficult ship to take down. And indeed, it definitely has far more shield and hull resistance than anything else that we have seen. So we would lose a defensive hardpoint. We would go from 3 to 2, but we would gain that extra offensive hardpoint, and we would gain just native hull resistance and shields. And I'm pretty sure that it's actually more agile and faster than our current ship too. Ours is kind of a clunker, apparently. And was that all of them? Mercury Krypton. That was that first one we were looking at, I think. Yes, so there's 3 ships available at any shipyard that we go to from what I've seen so far. We can afford this one. And I'm going back and forth so that we can compare the differences. So definitely less agile, definitely has less shields. Hull resistance is still comparable. Oopsie, wrong hull. Yeah, hull resistance seems the same. And speed. What do you think, guys? So if we go with this one, we get two different kinds of additional hard points. We don't have anything to put in them now because I just got done selling everything, but I think we have enough material to make a basic component. And we do want to upgrade into superior components. We would have a defensive thing that we can put in because now we'd be able to equip that spare shield generator that we had before. It does seem like pretty good value for the money. However, we're at 30,000 credits. This will cost us 25. If we wait, we're only 5,000 credits from being able to purchase this bad boy. But would we want to? That's the question. Because we do lose that extra defensive hardpoint. We still gain an offensive hardpoint, but is it worth it to spend 10,000 extra dollars for far superior shields? I think it might be, honestly. Like, that seems like a hell of a warship. I wish I could just exclude that other one from these so that I could just go back and forth. And the agility increase too. That's true, but with 5 hard points, we still do really well. So I think as far as offensive capability, I think we're fine. It's more trying to evaluate the defensive capabilities of the ship. Increased shields, increased native hull resistance. I mean, that's definitely 2 marks in its favor, but the 1 fewer defensive hardpoint does mean more missiles that are going to hit. They're going to have a hell of a lot more to hit with the greater hull resistance. I don't know. That's a toughie. If we decide to wait, then we're stuck in the cruiser that we've been in this whole time, which is a good ship. We haven't really had very many close calls. We can take on about 6 other ships at a time, typically, and still limp away from it. What do you think? Let's take votes. Should we upgrade to a battleship, or should we wait to upgrade to a warship? Because if we upgrade to the battleship, it's going to take just as long as it took for us to get the initial funds that we got. Like, basically our entire playthrough is how long it's taken for us to save up what we have. So we're likely, this will be like the one upgrade, I think. The CA is bugged right now? What do you mean? Oh yeah, our cruiser, yeah. It is kind of fucked right now. Go for the expensive one. So we have an upgrade immediately. We have 2 votes for upgrade now, 1 for weight. I don't know. I mean, we're not that far off from getting the 5 grand. I think that this would definitely be a good upgrade, though. It would be nice to sell the old ship. And it would also be nice to be able to save and actually, like, try this before we buy it. That kind of a thing. But unfortunately, we can't. I think the old ship's going to go into the hangar, and maybe we can sell it from the hangar. I'm not sure. I don't know. I think that they both go to the hangar. Because if we're going to lose all of our modules too, that's going to be a problem. Shipyard, hangar. So this is the stats on our current ship. Our little Class C cruiser that we've been handing out asses with this whole time. The game might accidentally crash. I don't know how it autosaves. I would imagine that it does it as soon as the purchase is made. But I'm not sure. So if we wait, we damn near double our shields, and we double our hull resistance. If we upgrade now, we do gain more offensive capability and the 1 additional defensive hardpoint. I don't know, I'm actually starting to lean more toward weight to get the extra 5,000. Even though we lose that hard point, offensive-wise, we're doing fantastic. So being able to tank a little bit more damage with the shields and a lot more with the hull, I think would be great. Especially since we're so close to it. We're only 5,000 away. Yeah, if we were able to trade up, see, I think when we're in the hangar, if we have more than 1 ship, this will still be available, and then we just use the arrows up here to switch over to our other ships. Now, what I don't see anywhere on here is an option to sell our current ship. I think that we just keep it. I think it just goes into the hangar, but I can't really confirm that. Even this one does almost double our hull. But this one's just that much better, you know? Hull-wise, same. Those additional shields and agility, though, are very compelling. I don't know. We have 2 votes for upgrade now. Any other votes? That's true. It may be an option for us to sell our ship once we have more than 1 ship. Yeah, we don't have to make up our minds right now. We can see how much we're going to get on this next mission. We're already where we needed to be. If I can find it. Oh, headquarters. Okay. External zone of the headquarters where the troops of the Republic are waiting for you under the command of the new Vice Admiral, Neil Marsh. And I don't know if we've met him. Let's go talk to the new Vice Admiral. So you stay in the sky at a safe distance from headquarters, waiting Kendra Mason's signal. Those facilities had been designed for maximum protection against air attacks, preventing any unauthorized access. It was time for negotiation. The chain of command of the Republic had undergone drastic changes since the beginning of the war. Flynn, Zhao, Scott, and the 3 pillars that had sustained the organization had fallen, forcing to reassign the positions urgently. With the death of the high ranks, the Interstellar Republic was more disorganized than ever, with inexperienced captains commanding the largest military conflict ever seen. Mason was convinced that the remaining soldiers knew it, so they should know it, because that was your last ace up your sleeve. Fallen Cloak, thank you for the follow, man. Welcome. Go ahead and keep listening. Really, Neil, you dare question my orders. At your age, I had already bled for the Republic in dozens of battles. What have you done? Just stay busy beneath the desk of the commanders to accumulate influence. The Interstellar Republic will never follow someone like you. Admiral Neil Marsh replies, The Council chose me, Mason. The Republic is fed up with foolish soldiers who are driven by their bloodlust. Under my command, we will achieve a new era of peace and prosperity. We will pact over surrender with the Emperor Nartos himself if necessary. I will not let the Republic fall into this war. Oh, this fucking puss. Hell no, dude. You never understood. Marsh, Shao, and Scott must be turning in their grave. Keep listening. They both look at each other through their terminals. Mason maintains her calm, proud appearance in sharp contrast to Neil Marsh's aggressive tone. Your rank has the same value as your honor. As of today, all officers designated by Flynn will be relieved of their duties. We will investigate one by one your relations with the former admiral. We will not tolerate any more infiltrators. I'll say it one last time. Soldiers, open the door. Admiral Neil Marsh replies, Don't do it. They'll end us all like they did at Hedron Gygax. The controllers seem confused as they watch the discussion without knowing what to do. Crew to your stations. The loud siren announcing the opening of the spaceport resounds in the sound of the engines. What the hell are you soldiers doing? Close the bay doors. To arms, to arms. Admiral Mason, we don't have much time. We've blocked the manual closing of the port. You must land as soon as possible. The defense protocol will be activated. I'm assuming that was supposed to be soon. You hear the sound of the shot that ends his life, flooding the terminal's camera with blood. Oh my god. Total insurrection here. Alright, quickly. We need to get our asses in there. Immediately, you dive into the spaceport access as you try to dodge the projectiles launched by the land defenses. As you give orders to your crew, time stands still as you listen to the bursts of some of the impacted ships. You fire back, trying to disable the turrets, but there are too many of them. Kendra Mason's ship starts landing, and now it's your turn. Once you land, you would have to advance through the barracks, repelling anyone who opened fire on you. There would be no way to identify enemies. Yeah, because, I mean, everything's just gone to hell in a handbasket. Alright, we're gonna land. You open the landing gate, both you and the crew, fully armed, go to ground between gunfire from both sides. Neil Marsh's faithful men had taken defensive positions, trying to prevent you from getting to land. You can see Kendra Mason at the front of the command, shooting unceasingly toward one of the entrances inside where several soldiers are sheltered. Captain, we must make our way to the Admiral's office. This will not end until we finish Marsh. Alright, we'll cover your back. Uh-oh. Feels bad to be our level 1 guys that literally just got hired, doesn't it? Man. They're kitted the fuck out. How do we get 6 health? Oh dear. Alright, so we have an opportunity to equip. Yeah, I mean, we gotta take it. Thankfully, these guys are mostly pussies. They only have 1 attack apiece, but there's 6 of them. So that's gonna be tough. They are very tanky. Hopefully we get lucky here. Oh, fuck me. Okay, so only 3 attacks in response from their side. Let's go ahead and equip yet another bulletproof vest and resolve the roll. Yikes. Clench your buttocks. Okay. We can equip some more gear. That's fine. Oh, no, no, no. Damn it. 4 and 3. We do have 2 points. We won't be able to get a kill shot in here, but let's go for something a little offensive. Yeah, we have more grenades than we do submachine guns, so let's throw a grenade. Resolve the roll. Oh god, Marcelo's almost down. Oh god, so is Kane. No, not Mustafa! Fuck me. Alright, so we get to equip, but they get to attack. And there goes Mustafa. Rip. We just hired that poor guy. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. So, I mean, we could throw more armor on. We're only going to be able to inflict 3 damage if we go the damage route. They've been inflicting about 3 damage every time that they get to go. Unfortunately, both of these protect for the same amount of armor. This one requires 2 points, so we could either do just 1 vest here or 2 vests here, or we can deal 3 damage. Huh. Yeah, he really didn't, like... Poor guy didn't even make it through the video training, did he? I mean, that's a lot of armor. I say we go for 2 of our armor here. And blowing up other ships? Yeah, it's actually a mix of a lot of different things. This is how you resolve... This is, so this specifically is how you resolve ship, like, internal combat or ground combat. And then there's a different way that you resolve, like, situational stuff where you have to make a charisma roll or whatever. And depending on your crew composition, that determines how many dice that you have. And then depending on their skills, what you need to achieve with the roll. And then when you're out in your ship, then it's just good old ship-to-ship combat. Did we go for armor again? We only have 2 points. We're down to 3 vests. I do think that we go for armor again. And then we finish our attacks. So we got one of their guards. Unfortunately, they get 2 hits in on Farb. So he's lost his armor, and he's 1 shot away from dead. I think it's the same. I think they're all... It's just an attack of 3 on a random enemy. This one randomly damages enemies, so it's still 3 points, but it's spread out randomly. I think this one's 3 to a single target. But I'm not sure. We'll have to check it. As far as I know, it can't. I think that you have to do it when it comes to combat. Shit, they're getting the upper hand here for sure. We've taken down 2 of them. Ooh, baby. We barely made it through. I don't believe that there is an auto-resolve, though. Shit. And 1 point is not enough for us to use any of our equipment. Damn it. We lost Nazar. Oh my freaking goodness. Let's see... Let's check it. Okay, yeah. So the submachine gun damages a random enemy is all 3 damage to 1 enemy. So we were able to get an additional kill. We've got half of them down. Horrible fucking rolls. You're not wrong. Oh my goodness. Thankfully it's 2 points again. Unfortunately. Oh man. Damages a specific enemy precisely. I see. Okay. So I want to do the sniper rifle then. And we're just going to take that guy the fuck out. And the grenade launcher inflicts damage on a specific enemy. Nearby enemies are damaged as well. Oh, okay. So these guys are pretty spread out. So doing a grenade launch round really wouldn't be very smart. But at the beginning of combat, if they were still all grouped up, then we would want to target him to do damage to all 3 of these guys. I get it. Okay, so there's a whole nother level to this that we hadn't even known about before. And once again, we got boned. Probably just a grenade this time. Keep it kind of random. Or, nah. We'll just do 3 to 1 of them, and then we'll snipe him to finish him off if we survive. We lost Farva! No! Roll the dice. Okay, so we can deal 3 damage to a random enemy. I don't think we want to do that. I think we snipe off this last guard here. We're gonna have to take some damage. We won't kill anybody. We got 2 damage in on their last guy. We need 3 damage here. Jesus. Man, we're getting boned. We have nothing we can spend that on. But this should be the last round, because we're going to get 3 action points. So even though he got the attack, that's fine. because there's only one enemy left, so we'll just take him out with a submachine gun. My god, we lost 3 members of our crew. We lost our 2 of our level 6 guys and 1 of our new guys. 1 of the red shirts. Shit, man. Forever hand, right? You advance through the headquarters as you cover Mason, who leads you through the corridors. Chaos reigned in the facilities, comrades in arms shooting at each other, captains falling into the hands of their own crew. One shot brushes your head, bringing you back to reality. You had to concentrate on the mission. That attack would decide the future of the Interstellar Republic. All that was left was to go through the door that stood in front of you. Uh-oh. Let's do this. Yeah, there was like 1, maybe 2 different attacks that we got in at the very freaking beginning, too. The control room was empty. Normally a dozen soldiers would escort the Admiral and his duties. You would assume that Neil would have barricaded himself there waiting for you, but it seems that was not the case. You hear a sound under one of the tables. Is he really hiding under a fucking table? You hear a sound under one of the tables and approach carefully, kicking the seat out of the way. Under the table, Neil sobs, crouching. That's our Admiral, boys. Marsh, I thought you were a fool, but I didn't think you were a coward too. You should have surrendered the headquarters when you had the chance. Believe me, if I had been Nartos, this would have ended much worse for you. Now, I need your help here. Do we arrest this stupid son of a bitch, or do we execute this stupid son of a bitch? We have no additional information beyond those 2 options. I'm okay either way. I mean, he was chosen by the council. He was kind of doing what he thought was right. He wasn't presented with any evidence outside of what Flynn had been telling everyone, so there was no reason for him to believe us when we showed up and we tried to compel him to give up peacefully. So there is a lot in his defense, you know. You'd cry under a table too? Yeah. Couple of votes for arrest. Okay, yeah, I'm cool with it. Let's arrest him. You pick up Neil by the arm and put handcuffs on him, with the intention of taking him to the cells. The game was over for him. With Kendra's troops on the ground and the support of the captains who had rebelled against him, the mandate of Admiral Neil Marsh had just been ended. Don't bother, Captain. I'll save you some work. Oh, this is Admiral Kendra Mason. Mason draws her weapon from her belt, points it at Neil. Oh dear. We can tell her to go for it. We're like, fuck it. Why not? Don't do it, Admiral. That's enough. This man has preferred power to the Republic. He doesn't deserve to be taken prisoner. Well, still, I mean, that's for a court to decide. Not for somebody with a pistol to decide. That she doesn't like violence? Well, we know that she's good at it, but that she prefers to avoid it. I know, but we're not like them. The Interstellar Republic cannot be reconstructed on revenge. Let's take him prisoner. He'll have time to think about what he's done. Kendra Mason puts the gun away and nods to you to get him out of our sight. The headquarters was yours again. Alright, we'll take him to the cells. Cool. Oh, something moved. Answers. Meet Kendra Mason in the command room of the headquarters of the Republic. Okay. And did we get any money for that? I wouldn't think that we got, like, paid. No, we didn't get any money. Okay. That's fine. Is it just headquarters? Yeah, I think so. Let's go there. Good old get him out of my sight nod. Yeah. The headquarters had been conquered. Kendra Mason's victory had placed the facility under her complete control, and the preparation for the final battle was already on track. It had been barely 2 weeks since the battle that was now barely perceptible. Kendra had taken charge of putting back into operation those ruins you had left earlier, and you had left after the battle. You walked through one of the training domes to head to the command room where you would meet the Admiral. After a few weeks without having heard anything from her, she has summoned you along with the crew and Dr. John Banner. Okay. It is a little wordy, isn't it? A little mouthy. You enter the command room where the Admiral awaits next to Captain Jesse Bradley. That man was one of Mason's most trusted people, although you didn't understand why. And I still don't understand why. He's a fucking dick. Greetings, Captain, and then Dr. Banner. John seems disappointed, but that was not surprising. Lately, his life had gone wild. As far as you knew, he had been operating for years for the Interstellar Republic, but to be involved, both himself and his wife, in the middle of a conflict of such magnitude was too much to handle even for him. Captain Violet, at your orders, Admiral. Without beating around the bush, Kendra starts talking. I think it's time to clear up some issues, Dr. Banner. As you know, Nartos has been looking for you for a long time. We couldn't help but wonder why. Don't misunderstand us. We don't doubt your skill. But why is the most dangerous man in the universe looking for you so desperately? John Banner was the team leader of the Genesis project. Currently, the Genesis is under our control. Although Nartos could have captured it, he wouldn't have been able to get to it. In which case, I don't grasp the desperate interest that the children have in Scott's ship. We're all in agreement over its firepower, but Nartos was able to end it on Tacit Stella. Why bother in going back to repair it if he counts on his own massive army? Okay. The team of engineers is trying to recover the ship, but their efforts are completely useless. Restoring the ship's mechanical systems was relatively straightforward, but for some unknown reason the ship is inoperative. When it arrived at our docks, the central module of the artificial intelligence system had disappeared, and the ship does not respond to any of the My systems that we have tested. Oh, wait, John, what have you done? We can keep silent, we can ask what they mean, or we can confront him ourselves. John, what the fuck is going on here? Dr. John Banner. It's been almost 20 years since I left my teachings at Endcliff, when the Interstellar Republic knocked on my door offering me the position of researcher in command of the universe's most skilled engineers. I thought it would be the greatest scientific opportunity I'd ever had in my entire career. Now I realize it was a terrible mistake. The Republic was looking for the deadliest weapon known to man, and I assure you, we almost got it. Hydra, a lethal weapon that it would be the key to taking control of the whole universe. With the theories formulated, we soon began to experiment with the first prototypes with several advances far above the current My systems. An artificial intelligence system capable of commanding entire fleets on its own, capable of deciding and learning. Great, fucking Skynet, again. Every fucking time it's Skynet. The years passed and research came to a dead end. The system, while functional, seemed to be acting against us on its own will. Millions of lines of self-generated code, parameters set at will, self-directed functionalities. We had gone too far. Hydra was alive and we could barely control it. Faced with the pressures of the old council to go ahead with the project, we were tangled up in the whole situation. Only Admiral Shao and the Captain Scott really understood the implication that Hydra could have in the universe, so we got down to work. As the person in charge, I should have destroyed Hydra forever and assumed all the responsibility, but I was afraid. We had worked for years on that, and the investment had been astronomical, even for the Interstellar Republic. We could not simply destroy it without raising hundreds of questions. So from that moment on, the scientific team focused on containing it, limiting its full potential. With the new system we designed under the name Genesis, we sealed Hydra by keeping it under control at the cost of reducing its power to the minimum level. Great. So we made one of the best ships that the fleet has, and then we put some terrible scourge of an AI into it. That's fucking fantastic. Galileo released his new pack. Oh, awesome. We're going to have to start with stock when we go back to KSP, but then we can dive right into it. That's awesome. So don't tell me that or that's impossible. Don't you fucking tell me. Hydra had been contained within the My core of Genesis, designed to serve as a barrier and prevent it from becoming destabilized. How fucking stupid. The Republic had obtained the deadliest ship in the universe to date, a ship capable of competing hand in hand with entire fleets thanks to the monster that slept inside and struggled to get out, the Genesis warship. Knowing the truth, former Captain Scott didn't think twice. She would be in charge of serving for the rest of her days as the warden of what the Interstellar Republic had created. Without further ado, she called her trusted men to serve as a crew and left Tacit Stella. Okay. You remained silent. That story had left a knot in your throat. With Hydra under his control, Nartoz will have the universe at his mercy as long as he can control it. Otherwise, I don't even want to imagine what Hydra can do for itself if it were unleashed. All is not lost. If Nartoz is looking for you, it is because they have not been able to access the core, which will give us some time. Dr. John Banner says you overestimate my capabilities, Admiral. Sooner or later, he'll get access to the core, and that'll be the end. I don't think so. In the midst of all the chaos, you show the core of Genesis. That's it. What, we had it? Wait. We had the core still? How the fuck did we get it? We rescued the MyCore from Genesis when my crew had found it. We wanted to know exactly what had happened to Scott, but it seems that we have in our hands what Nartoz seeks so desperately. Ah, we didn't know. That's right, we did take it. We were going to try to patch it into our own and see if we could communicate with it. Thankfully, we failed at those roles. Stock but bigger? Yeah, I heard that it's natively 2.5 scale. No wonder the science team couldn't access it. Banner, it's unfair of me to ask you, but we must rebuild Genesis. I fully understand the risk we run, but we have no other option. After the battle with Flynn, our capabilities have been diminished. The only thing that can balance the scales is the weapon Nartoz is looking for. Hydra can't be controlled, Admiral. It's too powerful. With enough time and the right personnel, maybe we can rebuild the ship and contain it as we did some time ago. No, nothing will change. The best thing to do, now that we know the truth, is to destroy Hydra forever. I'm with him. Fucking kill Skynet. Kill it. We must do it to save the universe, John. Or Banner's right, it's too dangerous. I'm with Banner. Mason's looking at you. Nartoz knows the truth about Hydra. Even if we destroyed it, they wouldn't take long to find you or any of the other researchers in the project. Once Nartoz is the master and lord of the universe, he will have all the time in the world to get what he wants. If we don't finish the Children of Sun now, it doesn't matter what happens next. Banner thinks deeply. I will. We will rebuild Genesis and strengthen security. We'll keep Hydra at bay long enough to beat Nartoz, but not a minute longer. As soon as we finish with the Children of the Sun, we will destroy it forever. Swear it, and I will get back to work. Oh, God. I swear. Totally not crossing the fingers, promise. Banner leaves the room. After your oath, he will begin work to rebuild Genesis and strengthen the security of the core. The doctor is left so you and Mason can have a talk. By the way, Admiral, I'd like to ask you something. In my ship, I carry a group of prisoners that we rescued in the city of Zia, where we found the doctor. We cannot return them there because the city is controlled by the children. I would like to ask them to remain in the headquarters until the war ends. They have nowhere else to go. All right, Captain. We could use some help in maintaining the facilities. They will work in the headquarters next to us while they are there, and they will be paid accordingly. Thank you, Admiral. Bradley keeps his mouth shut during the whole hearing, but he keeps an eye on you. Only by the expression on his face you can know what he's thinking about. By the way, Captain, we've received signals from a Children of the Sun scout squadron near the sector. Most of my men are busy fine-tuning facilities or starting with recruitment. I need you to take care of it. At your command, Admiral. Bradley says goodbye with a grin on his face. Bradley will join the captain on the mission. I trust you will ensure his safety. Either you both come back or neither of you return. Oh, this is bullshit. Remember when you were a kid and you wanted to go do something and your parents were like, okay, but take your little brother. Yeah, we're in one of those situations. He who laughs best. And you use the moment to remind Bradley with a sharp glance. As you command, Admiral. Captain Bradley is coming with us. Great. Destroy the Children of the Sun Scout Squadron in Sector Memoria Asta, next to Captain Bradley. And then answers, meet Kendra Mason in the command room of the headquarters of the Republic on planet 9680. That's where we are right now. And nobody gave us any money. Okay. So we just continue on. Alright.
Don't stay behind. I won't die for you.
Same to you, Bradley.
Oh good, he's in his own ship.
Than when you tried to kill us.
Yeah.
Captain. Waiting for course confirmation.
Yeah, Bradley.
Power, my. Let's get rid of those scouts.
Okay, so we need to go to Memoria Asta. Where the fuck is that? Way the hell over here, huh? Blueprints, contracts, and repairs available. Recruits, repairs, and a shipyard. And we're going through like absolutely everything that we've been through before. A lot of stuff took place here. Can we not access? No, it doesn't look like it. If it doesn't have a line to it, we can't get to it. And then these have a line, but they're red lines, so we haven't been able to get there yet. Sector behind the enemy lines, unreachable. Ah, okay. Contracts and repairs. Blueprints, contracts, and repairs. Like, I'm really kind of thinking that we should go and make that money and upgrade our ship, don't you? Maybe? We should probably also hit Chaga and grab some more freaking recruits. Oh, we can get them here. Let's go to the station then. We'll start there. Ah, damn it. I should have put somebody in the med bay first. Why can't I fucking remember to hit the med bay? Yeah, and unfortunately it was the better half of the crew too. They're very, very dead. Uh-oh. We got assholes, boys. Yeah, I'm really liking that damage absorption thing. Like, they can't even touch our shields while it's activated. That gives us a full 30 seconds of near invulnerability. Man, they're getting a little bit tankier already. I don't know, maybe it's a bad decision to wait. Oops. Ooh. Yeah, look at that. We walked out of that with 0 damage.
We are out of danger.
Oh, it's only 15 seconds. Cooldown's 33. Son of a bitch. So we got an additional sniper rifle. And an SMC vest. Boo. And we got almost $1,000. Hell, we could just fly back and forth and farm that kind of stuff, couldn't we? Hey, look at that. He remembered to go and throw somebody in the damn sick bay finally. Who'da thunk it? Okay, and our engineers have leveled up. We're down to the 2. We have 3 vacancies at the moment. So our level 2 guy, I think we're gonna have to go for systems upgrades again before we try scrapping or crafting again. Because this increases our ship's movement and our ship's hull, and unfortunately we lost our more experienced engineers. Yeah, and I don't think I want him on crafting anymore either. I think you gotta go with the upgrades. And get a fucking haircut. Okay, and our captain hasn't leveled up yet. Let's continue on. Oh, I need to set up a queue if we're gonna go back to KSP so that people can, just use that to get their character put in. Oh, what the hell? I just got into a collision. Oh man, and it really hurt our shields too. That's upside down. That way. It's a good thing our crew can't be injured from collisions. I just want to check real quick. Okay, yeah, they're not going to be done until we're finished at the station here. Gonna take a minute to heal up. You would definitely think that it would hurt the hull, wouldn't you? We're still at 100% somehow. Yeah, it definitely could be because it's bugged. This time you want to be a flight controller? Aww. Come on. It all worked out in the end. Except for a couple times. I never, like, permanently killed you. I'm pretty sure that you ended up in some sort of a mental institution after what we put you through, but outside of that... no harm, no foul, right? Yeah, we still can't repair. Yeek. Yeek. How's it going, Van Zan? Did you get an opportunity to try out Between the Stars yet? And if so, what'd you think? So, the only person that we have available for hire is a specialist. And I'm trying to remember what they do. Additional weapon stuff. Oh, and better loot? No, I think we want scientists and engineers. I think T specialist seems to be enough for the loadout that we're going with at the moment. Yeah, and there was a job that we needed to do for that guy, but I don't know how. I do not know. Alright, so we're done there. Unfortunately, they don't have any of the crew that we require. Let's just fly down a little bit here and we'll zoom out of here. We're just going to kind of go from system to system, try to get the 5 grand that we need. Isn't it? Yeah, I like the random stuff. I really like the different mechanics that they put into this quite a bit. And they could go a lot further with it too, like survival systems, throw food in there, throw some sort of a fuel, some ammunition. That would definitely make it a lot more difficult. Maybe do that for the hardcore option or something, have a survival mode. I would play it, for sure. You had an engine breakdown? We have the same problem. We've had it twice now, and the second time that we got it, bugged out my ship somehow. Some crew interaction. They do kind of have some of that, though, in some of the random things. Like, we've had random training missions and little weird shit that's happened. We've caught a couple of lovers. Just the one time, though.
Station control tower here. Dock at the assigned bay. Over.
I'm a little bit worried that we're not getting any of the random encounters. But we do have systems that we haven't been to, so there still should be some. I was hoping that they were infinite and that we could kind of grind up that last 5 grand for the battleship. But that's okay, because we'll still have contracts that we can take. We know that those regenerate. So I kind of want to go station to station. We're looking for recruits. We're looking for contracts that we can take. And obviously we're always looking for additional equipment. We know for sure that no matter what decision we go with, whether we go with a warship or a battleship, that we're going to have an additional weapon hard point. Depending on which way we go, we may not need an additional defense thingy thing. Oh, you can buy the ships anywhere with a shipyard. So we have a delivery contract and a bounty hunter contract. Take that shit for sure. See our repair? Like, we've fucked something up. Mr. Bauer in here to heal up. And hopefully I'll continue to remember to do those things. So the one of them is in Thekjo, and the delivery is in Imperator Ultima. Okay. So if you go out to your map and you mouse over the systems, it's pretty easy to find the ones that have shipyards. And it seems like it's 3 random ships, depending on which one you go to. So over in Mami, we found a warship and a battleship for sale. Really nothing else that was all that good at the other ones that we went to. There is one that has a like a light battleship, but I don't think we want that one. See how this one says that there's recruits, repairs, and a shipyard? You just fly to the planet and you can go to the shipyard there. Tacit doesn't have anything. Recruits, contracts, and repairs, and it's where we have to go. Oh wait, no, Thakjo. Where the fuck is that? Oh, it's all the way over here. Okay, so that'll be a hot minute. And Imperator is here. Okay. Just getting an idea of where we need to go. Contracts, repairs, and a shipyard there. Let's go to Yakja next. We're just going to go from system to system. That led to buying Robo Hooker? Oh my god, we had the same one, but the guy that we were supposed to deliver it to, Dr. Chaos, got in trouble with his mom while we were there. And I do kind of like that, how it leads to different outcomes. Son of a bitch, this has been a problem several times now. One of the crew members enters the command booth to address an issue with you. Captain, it's happened again. We found some empty supplies on the floor of the cargo hold. Alright. Again? Really? Let's go take a look. Come on. Come on, aptitude. We did upgrade it, but it's still a roll. God damn it. This is like 5th time now. Alright. Bleeding a couple of credits is no big deal. I'm hoping that we get into more fights. We do have a distress signal here, so we'll definitely go for that before we go for the station. We're literally like 3 good modules that we, you know, just selling 3 good modules away from being able to buy a warship, and I want it precious. I also want to get some fucking recruits, and it would be really nice if we could hire them at higher levels than 1. I've only found level 1 and 2 recruits, though. You arrive at the coordinates where the ship awaits you with the engines turned off. You open communications with them, and a completely consumed man appears on the screen. His eyes are dull, sunken in their sockets, and surrounded by several circles under his eyes. His dry lips open to speak, but not before coughing a couple of times. Captain, we need supplies. The pirates assaulted us and left us to our own fate. We need food and water. Alright. This is going to cost us money too. Or it's a trap. Never know. Yeah, we're doing terrible on rolls today. Yesterday we had some pretty damn good luck, but today not so much. Yeah, it is. As soon as you board the ship, you can see the sorry state of the crew. Just a dozen people are in one of the rooms. Some of them are unconscious. As soon as they see you, the captain draws strength from weakness and addresses you with tears in his eyes. Alright, yeah. Rest, the medical team will take care of this. Now this time, I'm not gonna look. I don't want to see what's behind the curtain. Wish you all the luck in this universe has to give. Let it be, Bauer. They've had enough. Or we could go take a look. No. They've had enough. Now, we did skip through a lot of that one because we've had this before. Wish you all the luck in the universe has to give. We're out of here. Fuck that. We're gone. And unfortunately, that went the opposite of the way that we wanted to go. We just lost money because we left them with supplies. But, I don't know. At least we can sleep at night, right? Yeah, it is, but if you think about it, so the amount of power that you can generate and the size of your engines is really what's going to determine how quick you are, right? so it's more a matter of thrust to weight than just total size.
One of the enemy ships has been destroyed.
Because you figure those little ships that are fairly agile but there's nothing to them are mostly just agile because there's nothing to them. But a big ship with massive engines and a huge power core, it does kind of make sense that you could pack a hell of a lot on the back of that kind of a ship. Making it more agile makes a little bit less sense, but I don't know.
Excellent work, team. Are you all okay?
We got a grenade launcher, which so far we haven't actually used, I don't think. Uh-oh. Comms Chief looks up from his monitors and explains the situation. We've just received a weak SOS signal, Captain. It looks like an SMC freighter has suffered a hack and its navigation charts are damaged. We're being asked to send a copy of our navigation charts so they can find their way. We're gonna do it. We're gonna send the charts. One of your duties as a fleet captain is to rescue stranded ships. You order the charts to be sent to the freighter, to be sent so the freighter can continue on its way. And then we'll loot this other one. So, for instance, take an Estes rocket and compare that to an actual payload delivering rocket. Like, sure, it's tiny. It's going to be more agile. It's definitely going to be quicker for that first 80 feet. But after that, the guy with the bigger engines is going to be the faster. You know? That kind of a thing. God dang it, thank you. I totally hit G already. I will try to check the sick bay as soon as we're done with this stupid distress signal. God, I suck at that. A new little beeper on my desk that I just, like, tap it, and then it beeps at me in 30 seconds so that I don't forget. Okay, well, we had something happen. Oh my god, who the hell put all of our power to the engines? Okay. We just dropped out of warp for no reason, I guess. Well, that'll work. Oh, we had a level up, too. Ship systems, for sure. And that was our last person. No, it wasn't. We have another guy that needed to go in there. I thought that was our last one. Alright, so now it's not as big of a deal if I forget. Let's get back into warp. Is it warp? I don't know. Travel drive, warp? I don't remember what they called it. It definitely wasn't warp, but... Got a distress signal. And honestly, I'm hoping that it leads to combat. We want more loots. You spot some spaceships belonging to the Galactic Republic ahead of you. They seem abandoned, however some strange radio signals suggest there's someone inside. Yeah, we're totally gonna approach. We're all about this trap. Oh my god, the missiles are so good. To use a combination of nukes and missiles, we've just gone like full-on missiles this time. We do have 2 light launchers because they were better quality and further upgraded than our alternatives. But otherwise, we just have regular launchers. And we just got a damage absorber, and I'm really enjoying that too. You approach the spaceships, all the crew members are dead. It seems that the radio signal you heard was the last attempt to save themselves before they died. Inside the ships, there's no one alive, but the boarding team finds a valuable loot box in one of them. We got a salvage pod. A rare salvage pod. The hell is that? It may contain credits, materials, blueprints, or weapons. It can be opened or stored at any station and used in the future. The Republic has strictly prohibited the commercialization of salvage pods. So I guess we just salvage it, right? Just scrap it? Oh, it won't let me. Oh, okay, over here we just open it. I knew that. What do you think we got? 418 credits. We got a life vest, and we got, a bulletproof vest, and we got a hardened Eurovite. Okay, interesting. Well, that's a first. Huh. Alright, let's finish this distress. Oh yeah, that was it. Oh, and is dude done? I think I looked real quick, but I didn't catch it. Nope, he's almost finished in the sick bay. Alright, so I'm gonna head for the station real quick. Since it's right there. And I think we should also go around to a couple of different shipyards before we commit to spending 35,000 on that warship. Just because there was a light battleship that was 30,000, but a better battleship that was available in Mommy that there was only 25,000. So we should probably go and get informed, right? See what's all available. And I don't know, hopefully they don't just randomly restock them. I don't know. I guess on the other hand, I'm kind of cool with that too. Because then you're not shoehorned into having to go to one specific place to buy a ship. But it is going to make it a little bit tedious if we end up having to go all over hell to try and find a warship. Although that would be kind of neat if we were to find it for a better deal somewhere else, wouldn't it? I'm totally going to run into this thing. Okay, we good. So hopefully we can find some crew here. What do we got? Commercial zone and a hangar. That's it. What the hell? It's not letting me click on it. There we go. Got it. Just had to outsmart the mouse. So we got a delivery contract. We do have an engineer and a scientist available. Let's go ahead and recruit the level 2 for sure. Do we want a level 1? I guess he's better than nothing. Yeah, let's grab him. He's spec'd for scrapping, but that's okay. And then we need one more, so I want one more scientist. Let's see, this guy's on investigation. Okay, at least we still have our medic. But I think I'd like to go back to having 2 medics. So our new one will probably have him go into medicine too. But it is 1:20 and Deb is home. So I think this is where we're going to call our playthrough for this for today. I think we'll go ahead and save it. We are going to cover Kerbal Space Program. There's a new DLC that came out. So I think we're going to cover that one tomorrow probably. But we might just do this one and put off KSP. I don't know. I'll take a look at it tonight and kind of get a feel for it. And because I'm really enjoying this, and we've made it really far into our playthrough. I would love to continue pushing the main story and really play this all the way through. I think that this would be a really fun one for us to complete. So let me know what you guys think too. You can let me know here or on Discord, whatever you guys want to do. Where your scientists died and you could revive them in the medbay? Nice. Yeah, I haven't had that. Every time that ours have gone down to 0 of 3 health, they are done. You have a great night, Paula. Thanks for hanging out all day today. What do you think, Paula? Should we play more of this tomorrow, or should we go back into some KSP? Because I'm totally open for either. If you guys have a vote one way or the other, even if you're on YouTube, hit us up on our Discord. You can find the link in our info panels down below, or if we happen to be streaming, you can just do !Discord if you'd like to join up. Thank you very much today for the subs and the follows, guys, and for hanging out all day. Mr. Corset came in with a host this morning. Got to meet some new people. Very, very cool. Down for more Between the Sheets. No, I'm down for this too. I mean, I've been looking forward to KSP. Like, as soon as I figured out was told the release date for it, we totally plan to go over to it. But I think that it might be worth holding off. I think that this is an excellent game, especially for early access. And I would really like to finish out the playthrough. Gotta work tomorrow, so you'll be joining in late? No problem. We're gonna go and hit up all the stations that we can, try and figure out what kind of a ship we want to go for. We're so very close to being able to get our upgrade. So, we're gonna call it there. I'm just gonna save and exit to desktop, and I'm gonna find somebody to throw a host to. If you guys want to come with, totally welcome to. Typically, I host whoever I want to hang out with for the rest of the night. Today, if any of them are on, I think we might go and see one of the THC guys. Because we are part of the Happy Campers stream team now. They're a professional gaming organization covering lots of different stuff. I love their PUBG stuff. They cover Apex. We have Apex pros. We've got a Hearthstone pro. Bunch of cool guys. And actually, Mr. Farden is on right now. Let's go ahead and throw Mr. Farden a host, and we'll go and meet him. I've kind of met him a few times in the Discord. We've hung out a few times, and he also plays PUBG with Scarlet Heathers, who was in here earlier, every now and then. So I'm sure we'll be seeing him more often. I'm going to throw out a couple of direct links for you guys. Let's go say hi to Mr. Farden, one of our Apex Legend pros. Currently playing Apex Legends. See you guys over there. Have a great night, guys. Bye-bye.
Yeah, syringes for you. I'll throw you one in.
Spitfire here.
I'm not on you. I'm coming now. Did people drop down here on our right? Or like here?
I'm looting over there. Let's go this way.
I didn't see you, to be honest, sorry.